he's satisfied is when he's on a drug. Oh, mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the trail. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been
Long before the digital age, the idea of extending reality was whispered through the pages of literary works and experimental concepts. It was a dream of worlds layered upon our own, where reality could be refashioned by imagination. From the minds of visionaries and pioneers, both known and unknown, emerged the foundations of what we now call XR. This technology has grown, evolving into a powerful force that changes how we perceive, interact, and connect with our surroundings. Yet, we've barely even begun to reach its potential. Extending reality affords us the opportunities to extend our expressions. It provides space for discovery, pushing the boundaries of what is possible. Immersive technologies bridge the gap between the physical and the digital, allowing us to explore new dimensions of creativity and innovation. At GatherVerse, we believe in the profound impact of XR for human betterment. These applied sciences have the incredible potential to enhance education, transform healthcare, and create more inclusive and connected communities. It can drive sustainability and foster ethical progress, with the hope that these advancements benefit all of humankind. We stand at a crucial crossroads, where the evolution of the immersion will mold our future in ways we can only begin to imagine. As we gather for this critically important summit, we reflect on the development of XR, from its early inspirations to its present-day applications, and the incredible possibilities that lie ahead. Today we inspire for a near future where extended reality continues to evolve, where each of us are empowered to reach new heights and achieve remarkable feats. Together, we responsibly embrace the potential of this technology, knowing that the only limits are the ones we set for ourselves. Welcome to this 22nd GatherVerse Summit, where we explore the transformative power of emerging technologies paired with humane standards, where we no longer look at XR and AI separately from each other, but as a fundamental extension of our daily lives, enhancing our interactions, experiences, and understanding of the world around us. Join us as we move forward, discovering the extraordinary and near limitless possibilities for humanity. And may our gather be well.
We made it. Once again, GatherVerse XREvolve Summit, our 22nd GatherVerse event. We're so happy to see everyone that's with us at GatherVerse.live. We're also happy to see everyone that's joining us on different streams and social media platforms. What is it to evolve? What does that mean when we talk about under the banner of XR extended reality? In this AI era that we're no doubt in, we must press upon ourselves to look and to consider that when we simply think about technologies or applied sciences such as artificial intelligence, that it's an extension of human intelligentsia. Likewise, when we think about creativity, design, hyperrealism, the metaverse, spatial computing, extended reality, that's also an extension of humanity and nature and more. We talk about XR as an industry, but XR isn't an industry. XR is an applied science, an art, humanity. And instead of us looking at these technologies so far apart and so different from one another, it's time to evolve. As technology certainly progresses, so do we. The great consideration that artificial intelligence and XR, in many ways, are one and the same. They're an extension of us, of nature, and the things around us, and inspiration, and so much more. But in the middle of this, in the middle of that inspiration, of this ecosystem, of these hyper-realistic immersive simulations and environments, and this manner of intelligentsia, in the middle of that is humanity. And it must be pressed upon us that at every corner and every turn and every opportunity that we're afforded to innovate and to build and design and to construct and to make and to hack and to code, to express that human betterment and the consideration of humanity and sustainable impact will always be met at the forefront. We're so happy to have all of you joining us at GatherVerse, the thousands of you at GatherVerse.live, those that are multi-broadcasting in your offices, in your homes, with your loved ones, with your colleagues, with a mug of tea. We have an assortment of different leaders and inspirational speakers, and those who are in the forest chopping wood that are with us today. We have a lot to cover, and it will go by quick. A special shout out to those in the YouTube chat. We still see you. LinkedIn, we see you. Facebook, Instagram, and more. We've made it. We have a lot to cover. We thank you for giving us your time. All of our events are free, and we ask that you share this with your neighbors, with your colleagues, with those that meet at the intersection of humanity and emerging technologies. This is the most important time that we'll ever know in technology, today, this very moment. May our gather be well. Greetings, and everyone. Welcome to our first roundtable of GatherVerse XREvolve, where we deal in the explorations of the future. Where we have our roundtable guests, and we ask that you unmute your mics, and that we prepare to be able to introduce each one of you briefly, and then we'll proceed to move on forward because we have so much to explore, and there's so much to go over. We're happy to have all of you with us today that are coming from different places around the world, and we have a lot to go. And we have a lot to see. We need to make sense in a little bit of time what it means when we begin to talk about extended reality. Are we talking headsets? Are we talking experiences? Are we talking creativity? I suspect that we're talking all that and more. Now we'll introduce our guests, and I'll go and introduce everyone, and then we're leaping in. There's a sufficient amount of bio information that you can find on each of our guests. With us, we have Dr. Messina Morris coming to us from Morehouse, a professor, an extraordinaire, international and national speaker, Rosario Casas, also an international and national speaker, Nick Van Brenna, an expert in his craft, an extreme technologist, a community developer, Terry Proto, a connoisseur and master of marketing when it comes to XR and working with businesses around the world on this technology, Maria Villar, an advocate for women leadership and a women leader herself, and a technologist, Ippolito Caradonna, a molecular biologist and technologist, and Rebecca Wade of the same, in dealing with business development when it comes to the financial engines and product distribution and development when it comes to these technologies. Panel, we greet you all. With that said, we'll start and we'll begin to explore the excursion. When we talk about what is XR, how will it reform our everyday life in the next 10 years, Maria? Let's go. Maria, for some reason, we can't hear you. Can everyone hear her? We'll figure it out. Let's make the jump. Rebecca, you're up, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Fabulous. All right. Well, hi everyone. I think the term XR is really interesting actually, because I've been doing a lot of research into it over the last couple of years, and obviously interacting with tech professionals and educators on a daily basis in my role, and really just learning that XR really encompasses kind of all of that digital technology, from virtual reality to the augmented reality to the mixed reality. And I don't really think there's a limit to where it goes. And there's new kind of bonus element of AI coming into the play as well, and kind of seeing where that goes. And over the next decade, I think we're at the start of a really interesting period of time in technology, and where this development is going, and the accessibility of technology to not just, kind of folks in technological professions, but to the general consumer as well, and everyone, with mobile phones and being able to access technology in the palm of your hand is really fascinating.
Sure, of course, indeed. And then Terry, since we're talking about this and describing when we talk about XR and how it will reform everyday life in the next 10 years, what does that mean to you from your business lens in which you're looking at?
Right. So, one of the ways we like to explain it to people, it's, Rebecca gave the formal definition of what is XR and how it relates to AR, VR, MR. But one simplest way we like to explain it is that at the core, it's really simple. It's moving like the digital devices, the internet, like all the interactions we've had so far were in 2D. They were limited to a flat screen. And now we are moving to 3D, and that's changing everything, because we humans live in a 3D world. And so it's expanding exponentially the activities you can do with your computer, your devices, because all of a sudden you're not flat. All of a sudden we're in 3D. And one of the things when people ask us, what can you do for business? You can do anything and everything. It's the definition of Apple. There's an app for that. But my favorite, funniest definition is like, another 3D world? Well, it's called planet Earth. And technically, anything you could do on planet Earth in 3D, you could do in XR. So, it's ridiculous.
Indeed. And Maria, welcome back. Let's give your mic check another chance. When we start thinking about what the untapped potential of XR holds when it comes to the global role of communication and community development, I'm seeing a manner of different communities and organizations and nonprofit organizations that are out there that have a number of different community members that are participating and expressing in the great development when it comes to these type of immersive technologies today. And now we're bringing and introducing artificial intelligence to this schematic. It's always been there, but now certainly it's more present. Maria, what are some of your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
Perfectly. Welcome back.
Thank God. Okay, perfect. So XR, well, I think I speak for all of us saying that 2024 is definitely so far the year of XR. What we're seeing now, it's industry 4.0. So definitely there's a merge between digital, physical, and biological systems. So with XR, I think that we really can just bring everyone across cultures, across diversity. And we also, when we think about XR, I think it's very democratic, because everyone can be at the same place, and there's no language barrier, there's no culture barrier. So in terms of communication, I think at this point, immersive technologies are the most democratic technologies when it comes to that.
Indeed. And Nick, let's kind of leap into this for a moment, because it seems to me that in the past 30 years, an audience, chime in, what do you feel like has been the most effective technology? But that's not the question in hand, because it seems to me over at least the past 30 years, perhaps even 40, that the greatest development of technology that's been introduced to us is the power of communication. Look, as we all said, 10 years ago, this wasn't happening. It just wasn't. There would be a lot of latency. The Wi-Fi capacity, broadband, just certainly we wouldn't be able to enjoy, to be able to sit here with all of you that are sitting with us and joining us from here in the U.S. and around the world. Nick, as someone that has a number of different communities, and I know what communication on a greater sense means for the work that you've been doing for years now, what does this mean when we talk about the untapped potential and the role of global communication?
Yeah, I think it means a lot. I think we've all figured out through the corona pandemic that we were able to use VR headsets to actually be together with anyone around the world, whatever time zone it was be. And I imagined the power of XR when we were organizing Burning Man in XR. So Burning Man was happening in 40 different platforms, some in 2D, but most of them were in 3D. And every artist was bringing up their art in a 3D format as a object file or STL or GLB, and we were trying to put them into different worlds. And that at the time I saw like so much untapped potential in forms of communication, in how we would like to express ourselves, also in giving youth a stage, giving youth the power to start drawing in 3D, for example, with Tilt Brush, now with plenty of free tools out there, and giving them the opportunity to express themselves in such a immersive way that they can easily, without having to talk, express how they are feeling and receive coaching from others in a 3D world, like Polycam. We have seen so many different communication platforms out there that use AI and XR together now, and I'm actually trying them out every day, these new tools. Whether you are 3D scanning, like my baby that has been born 5 months ago, I'm 3D scanning him for his own diary. When he's 18, he can walk back 18 years and see his growth, actually touch him as a baby and see him as a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, and more. And I think this is really exciting that you can 3D scan now with your mobile phone. You don't need a very expensive 3D scanner anymore. And that you can animate those with AI nowadays, that you can turn them into stories, like we can turn them into bedtime stories for my little child, and then give him the role of being the main person in the story. Like these kind of things we never thought about these. So I'm super excited about XR for communication, and especially now AI is kicking in as a easier way without any programming skills to turn your stories into a more immersive story or more interactive story. So I see a lot of potential nowadays for everyone without any technical background to get on board. And that's especially what Maria said, this year is going to be very exciting.
So in many ways, Nick, we've become more accessible than we've ever been before, but in some areas, the accessibility is still severely lacking in literacy. And it's one of the reasons why we're here today, Rosario, and we're talking about this. And Nick, congratulations. We welcome all of our GatherVerse babies.
Thank you.
Of course. So when we talk about this, Rosario, going to what Nick and everyone else has been expressing in terms of accessibility, that we have utility and tools in ways that we've never been have had before. What does this mean on the business proprietary side with all the things that you do in business, with all the different businesses? When we look at this emergence of XR, and we're going to take away the qualification of saying AI and XR, certainly bring it up for, but we're looking to merge these two together of evolution, because they are certainly, in many ways, one and the same. Those could raise contestment, and feel free, but this is what we're looking at from this lens. But Rosario, what are the implications of XR for business moving forward in this AI era?
Well, I really think that, and you mentioned that very well, during the last years, we gave names, specific names and divisions to each one of these components that right now are starting to converge. But finally, what it means is the possibility to run data on top of the reality, like simulations on near real time. We can gather data from everywhere. We can analyze data from everywhere in any industry. So let's imagine, to give two very different examples, but just to exemplify the thing, let's imagine a mayor of a small town that has few resources, that is not a rich town, walking through the streets and understanding the problems of the town imagining the future of it, mixing the data that is public from the citizens, from the homes, from the health issues, etc., and seeing this public space, the neighborhoods, and thinking different. Comparing that with a spreadsheet to take decisions, to make decisions, that's completely different. It changes the possibility of dreaming different cities. That's one example. And the other one, let's say that education will completely change as a business. It's not anymore just having people that goes for some years to the place. It's just education in everything. Training workforce will be completely different because you can train people in the field while having the experts also working together with them, taking the advantage of these technologies. So for me, it's a phenomenal digital layer connecting the physical world with the digital world, or with the data behind everything, and giving superpowers to each human here.
Indeed, and thank you for sharing that, Rosario. We'll come back to each of you in just a moment. But Dr. Morris, we're rolling into your way because we're talking about this, and in a lot of ways, this pairing of so many different emerging technologies that abide within the eco habitat and the use of it therein, and with the instrumental work that you do. You know, a lot of people say that we're still waiting for XR and the metaverse. And listen, the metaverse is good for the time now present. XR is good for the time now present because we have someone here amongst many of you that are doing and have already done incredible things with these technologies. But Dr. Morris, there's really not too many people that I know that have had the opportunity to be able to do the things that you've been afforded to do already with the relationships that you enjoy here in Silicon Valley at different companies with students and chemistry and so forth and so on. But when we talk about the impact, as Rosario just talked about, what does it mean for the medical field, and what does it mean for sciences, which we'll touch on that with Ippolito Caradonna coming up next. Dr. Morris, what does this mean when we talk about the advancement and societal benefit of these technologies today and moving forward?
For me, it's exciting because it was a restoration of joy for me. It was being able to think beyond this reality, because really when this project took off, not when it was thought about, because we had considered doing this, creating this virtual campus, this immersive learning environment for our students prior to COVID. But when it took off, it was COVID. So this restored my joy in the educational system and allowed me to offer something different and more engaging to my students. One of the things that I really appreciate about XR and this technology and the connectivity that we have and access to that is that my students get to experience an entirely different world with presence. So they get to have me in the room while they're exploring new technologies. We have a digital twin that Victory XR built of our campus. So our students are able to be in a familiar environment, which is so important when you're talking about culturally responsive spaces and being able to see yourself imagined in a world that you're unfamiliar with. And because this is on such the cutting, bleeding edge, and Morehouse College does cater to 2,200 young Black men that are matriculating towards a 4-year degree, it's really important for me, for them to see themselves reimagine in this space. So the digital twin was a necessity. Even though they can see other spaces and other places and other locations, I'm also putting in their hands the opportunity to learn all of what they need to know to build these virtual worlds, how to actually integrate these technologies together. How is it affecting intellectual property now? So what's the business side of this? What's the entrepreneurial side of this? What does it mean to find your lowest barrier of entry into this technologically adept workforce that we have no idea what the next jobs look like? My job didn't exist. I'm a metaversity director. Who this job didn't exist. So it's like we're preparing our young people for an exciting new future that is beyond this reality, but it allows us an opportunity for the very first time to be creative, and not just to define the future, but to also design the future. And so it's putting the autonomy and agency back in the hands of the people, the young people who define the future. So I'm excited to be a facilitator of that and excited to see what's going to happen when we transform these antiquated learning models that we call classrooms into metaversive teaching and learning academies, where we're actually training educators to be practitioners that are technologically adept, that are able to disseminate content in a way that is going to engage students better. And so that's what I do also as founder and CEO of Metaverse United, is working with educators, training them, building communities of practice, building the professional development out so that they will be ready to usher in Generation Alpha, because Generation Alpha is ready. Listen, I just did an event. They are ready. Okay. It's us that have to get ready. And so I am helping us, Generation X millennials too, because some of us millennials, not where we need to be either. Getting us to where we need to be able to facilitate the genius that is coming.
Indeed. And thank you for sharing that, Dr. Morris. We'll be coming back to you shortly. Ippolito Caradonna, when we talk about this impact, this new way forward of invention, it suffices to say, let me say this, audience, what does XR mean to you? Define it and share with this, share with a colleague and neighbor, and share with someone. But I would submit to you, whatever XR means to you today, XR is being disrupted, and it has a nature of disrupting its own self. Whenever these high-powered tools are introduced to the ecosystem, things begin to change and they begin to evolve, if you will. That certainly is no different from this time and era, Ippolito, and as you remove your mic.
Yeah.
It's this time and era of discovery. I believe that we're at a point in time where we are about to see, as we're seeing now, a level of discovery that we've never seen before, that escapes the things of novels and things that we've known and intentions and things that have been prototyped from our elders of generations that's been developing and helped bring us to where we're at today. But the level of discovery, and you deal in a science in an incredible way, what does this mean for societal impact in the advancement of what could happen?
Oh, wow. Excuse me. Yeah. I mean, this is everything. All the panelists have already set the stage. This is a primer for the way in which we build up a society, right? The way in which we evolve a society. Think about what Dr. Morris just mentioned. The minds, the fertile ground this is about stewardship. This is about the minds that are coming up to roadblocks that they don't even know are there yet. Think about how we train up, at least in my sphere, dealing with XR in Aug Lab. Think about how we train up a scientist. Now, we've done this for years. We're talking about antiquated systems, like Dr. Morris said. I wanted to start clapping. I had to contain myself a little bit. Dr. Morris, okay, because I'm about to start throwing things. But what's so important about what we're pressing into is that the NIH, the National Institute of Health, the National Science Foundation, they've all done well, to train up young minds. And we have, you can see them out in the world today. The new inventions, the science, the historic group of COVID-19 vaccines. These all came from minds that have been trained by these systems, right? But I've seen it firsthand, Chris, side by side with a graduate student at UCSF that's just buried under just piles and piles of documentation, piles and piles of this 2D realm in which they have to navigate the culture of publish or perish, and I need to get into the next peer-reviewed journal, and I have these years and years. It creates a type of bitterness. It creates a nihilism that I don't want to have to go and repeat this experiment 1,000 more times, because that's what it takes. And one of the things that was brought up, the pandemic opened our eyes to a lot of things. People didn't understand what scientists go through until it actually meant a vaccine that was going to save them from life or death. Now science has become in the forefront. Okay, this is important, what's happening in the lab. But what people don't consider is what happens when scientists make a mistake. What happens when the scientist doesn't have the perception because they're working a 12-hour shift? How can we use this technology to align the perception, not only to prevent mistakes for safety reasons, but prevent mistakes for the billions of dollars that we're putting in to a particular experiment? How about, like we're talking about the fertile minds, how about gamifying the lab and making it exciting to go in and try this experiment 1,000 times? So this is the type of culture shift that we're talking about. And like you're saying, disruptive is because now, especially with my technology, which I do a shameless plug, but what we're seeing now is what Rosario was mentioning about data and being able to visualize it. We're now creating data out of visualization. So now what's happening in the lab with one scientist is data that's fed into a model that's transferred like hollow practice. And what we focus on is the holoportation. I can collaborate with a scientist all the way in Belgium from here in the States. So now the carbon footprint is impacted. Now I don't have to get on a plane and risk exposure. Now I have a virtual environment which I can share ideas, share thoughts, collaborate in a space that's fostering this type of creativity. It's changing the way in which we think about science, Chris. It's changing the way in which we think about it. Yeah.
It's changing the way that we think about a lot of things. It's changing the way that we start thinking about perceptual sciences. It's changing the way that we reduce cognitive load and to be able to experience. And what Dr. Tom Furness talks about is ambient perception, being that we're not only perceiving just with our eyes, but when we're fully immersed and we start to think about all the things that are around us in hyper-realistic, immersive, simulated environments, there's a whole different narrative at hand. But I want to stay on this topic. But Terry, the reason that this next question is so important is because we talk about education and learning, and we tend to think, as Dr. Morris talked about, with students. But we're in need to be able to educate Fortune 50, Fortune 500, big business, public sector, private sector. And I know that you are one that's been working with businesses, helping guide them towards the next step, because the reality is there's no blueprint for the way that we're headed. There's no case study for the way that we're headed, because what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? And so in a lot of ways that's happened. And so the technologists that we have here today, Nick and Maria, Rebecca, Rosario, and so forth, they're the ones that are helping, and you all are the ones that are in the audiences with us today, helping guide public and private sector, cross sector to move forward. But when it comes to education and learning, Terry, how do we equip with things that we are just now understanding and some things that are so new and so fresh? How do we guide, and what apparatus is built and set for us to guide business towards what is today and tomorrow when it comes to these very and profound emerging technologies?
Okay, so that's a very complex question, and I'm going to try to give it like a 2-minute answer because I could ramble forever. But back to what Ippolito was saying, I think one of the most exciting thing about this technology is this acronym called RIDE, for VR training. And it's great because VR training is fantastic for situations that are rare or impossible or dangerous or expensive to create in the real world. And so when you talk to businesses interested in implementing XR, and especially training, back to what we're talking, training and education, it's really all about the use cases, and it's really all about the benefits and the ROI. And usually when a company starts to develop and implement, it's starting with the most important use cases. And we keep talking about disrupting things and game-changing use cases. And one of the cases I like from one of our clients, which I think makes the point perfectly, VR training for fuel reloading, like for you're driving a truck that's full of petrol and it needs to be refueled, and you want to do it well, because if you fail, well, the truck may blow up and kill 5 people at the station or more. And so the training is extremely important because it's expensive, it's dangerous. And for the companies that's deploying it, it's not so much about how much you're going to spend building this XR. It's the ROI is actually on the how much do you save? And in this case, it's not just money. It's a lot of money, obviously, because we're talking of petrol, but it's lives. And so how do you do for all of these guys? You do it one use case per one use case. And you start to build and you start to, explain, okay, you were doing those things this way before, and now you're going to do it that way before. And those are all the benefits that you're going to get from that. And out of all those benefits, this is the ROI, this is the return you're going to get. And the cool thing about this technology, what everyone keeps saying, is that it's so game-changing that the ROI often is ridiculous. We were talking before about not traveling, and I'm talking about saving lives. And so, I mean, I could go on forever, but that's how you do it. And part of the challenge, I guess, is that because there are so many use cases, I was taking this planet Earth analogy, it's very difficult for people to wrap their head around it because XR technology is 3D, and for most people, 3D is coming out of video games. And so it's like, I'm in banking, I'm doing serious business. Like, how do I apply this thing? And you need to find and in banking, what you do, for instance, is soft skills training and training employees, having conversations with clients and employees. And so it's a very long work of going case study by case study by case studies, industry by industry by industry, to unlock those benefits and unlock this ROI.
Indeed, and it also comes hand in hand with something that Ippolito Caradonna it deals in, and perhaps many of you, in reducing human error. Extremely important where we're going and headed, and that brings us, Maria, into this thing of perception and reality and our interactions within it. Because now, when we talk about XR and we talk about the communication apparatus that's embedded within, I can now talk to machines as if I talk to a dear friend. I could talk to one day Rosario or Dr. Morris, and I could see them showing up on my iPhone, and I say, it sounds like you, and it completely looks like you at human eye resolution, but I know in my heart that that isn't you. That isn't who I'm dealing with. And so we're in an era where we talk about the codec avatar being able to suspend itself as a deep fake, if you will, or we start talking about concatenative or parametric synthesis, where we listen and the auditory is indiscernible whether I'm listening to a human or not. In fact, some of the music that we were listening to in our intro, The House of the Rising Sun, that wasn't a human. That was artificial intelligence. And I saw a lot of head nodding as the song was playing until it got disrupted. Maria, when we talk about perception, when we talk about where we're at with the immersive studios and the work that you do, what does that mean to you today?
Well, what fascinates me more about XR is that it's not just virtual reality or augmented reality. We work with 3 different technologies that offer different solutions. And I think nowadays, people in general are preferring AR. And what's interesting is that I think a month ago, Future Today Institute, you can check up, they released a report saying exactly that, because I feel that people in general, we prefer experiences when we're augmented our reality. So it's not just changing our perception, it's complementing our reality, and it's not just replacing it. It's giving us another perspective of what we're living. So I think that XR really, it's like magic, right? So in every industry, in every sector, we can really have solutions with XR that we cannot have with other technologies. And it's not that it alters our perception or replaces what we're seeing. It's more on the side like it's complementing, it's augmenting, these technologies are a way for us to see things that we couldn't see other way. And I feel that in the next 5 to 10 years, when we start using more AR glasses, for example, everything is going to change, because we're not just living, and we'll not just walk on the street. We'll have a lot of inputs that we didn't see before. Sure. And that's what's interesting.
Sure. And it's interesting that you just mentioned 5 to 10 years. Candidly, I can see that in 5 to 10 months, with the level of disruption and the type of products that we see introduced to the ecosystem.
I was being conservative,
as you should, and why not? Because as much as I can appreciate futurists, some to me are far and few between, because your predictive analyses are severely disrupted and they're far out. And the thing that you think that won't happen for 10 years happens next month. And the thing that you think will happen next month won't happen for 10 years. I find that very interesting, Nick. And then Rebecca, will head over to you. When we start thinking about perception, audience, what do you think about this? It was just said in our private comments, go look at the movie Her once again and how uncanny it actually is that you can have a relationship, a very interesting relationship with your artificial intelligence. Because in some ways, you know, we talk about wellness, and this is a very interesting and at times very lonely world, and people do thirst for companionship and conversation. And now the geniuses that are tinkering around here in the West and elsewhere have made a way for us to be able to have this conversation level of AI. But not only that, we're talking about conversations and we're reading copy content that's being rendered out through submission of an artificial intelligence or generative model or diffusion model. Nick, your child, our children, I don't have children, but our children, Alpha, and the generations to come, they're heading into a very different world of what we've ever known and what we entered into. What are your real concerns with this? What is it that you're looking at? And how might we fashion and fold ethically this technology to make sure that it's safe for them? And audience, while we're at it, what does it mean to you? Do you embrace the advancement and the rapid deployment of artificial intelligence in this way where it's so invasive in our lives? Or are you abstaining? Is this something that you're holding from? Feel free to share with whoever is around you or even in YouTube. Nick?
Yeah, I think the ethics part is going to be very important. There's more and more people studying this part on immersive technology and ethics. So Stanford and people like Paul Guardiola is doing a PhD research on this topic. It starts with the experiences I had in social VR environments like Altspace, Rec Room, VR Chat, where you're being bullied by an 8-year-old. And this is not really funny, but it's actually happening every day, every second of the time that I was in VR Chat in a public space. And Altspace actually shut that public space down after a while when it happened more and more often. But if AI is coming into place and people can actually use this for fake news purposes and misuse someone's identity, I think this is going to be a really big concern. If I'm 3D scanning my son, I would not really like someone bullying him with the 3D scan, making him into a fake avatar, running around in VR Chat, bullying others. But I think the technology is there already to misuse this technology for the benefit of, I don't know what really is the benefit, but this is a big concern. I think the technology is so easy to use. If you're using Synthetica or other technologies, you've seen it, or in Wiggle, you create an animated avatar from any person that you have a photo of. It is so easy to create that I think the bullying part will be hardest one on the kids. And their digital identity is now part of who they are. You see in Fortnite that people concern more about their clothing in the digital world than their clothing in the real world. So this identity is becoming more and more important to them, and it's so much easier to misuse it. So we have to figure out if there can be AI protectors, like algorithms that are protecting this misbehavior and giving people the opportunity to ban or kick, like the event tools we used to have in Altspace. That together with a lot of event hosts, you're able to detect this in time and then make accurate actions to make sure that the environment becomes and stays a safe place for everyone, and that people want to return. So I think this is a big concern, that if you are, for example, teaching in any of these social VR platforms and there is a big bully in the room, this first experience for students can be very bad, and getting them back on board in this environment is very hard. And
sure.
That is also a big concern, that the technology can be also misused that easily, that getting people on board in this technology can be prevented by it. So I'm really curious about, Dr. Morris, and your opinion about how to get this bullying out of the social VR space when people have an incognito mode when they're an avatar, and they can speak up, they can say whatever they want, they can do whatever they want there, and they are not really being chased after by a police or someone else who is taking care of the safety of people.
Dr. Morris, follow up with that, please.
Right. So I am a mother of 5 sons, ranging from age 7 to 28. So I have children in multiple generations, and I have children with multiple abilities. So I have a gifted child, but I also have a son that has moderate support needs and has autism. One of the things that I really am concerned about is my son that has moderate support needs, that's a total tech guy. And he loves Bing and Copilot. Like, he's just gone, he's already immersed. Okay. So now when things start to be a little bit less able for him to discern, how can he discern what's real or what's not when I'm already dealing with a cognitive inability to identify, to socialize, to communicate? So for me, I have been doing a lot of work in how could we use this technology to be more accessible. I'm so glad that AI is now really being integrated into the space where it's meaningful, because I've always said that vulnerable populations deserve an AI buddy, especially kids who are on the spectrum, to go with you. Now that buddy may be somebody that re-navigates you out of that space. That buddy may also stand up for you. Why not? Why not have a buddy that stands up for you when you can't speak for yourself? I just believe that this needs to be a world beyond the reality that already exists. And if these mirroring things, these effects of how we have behaved, whether it's through social media or whatever, they're reflections of our own humanity. And so we can change the narrative. And I believe in us to be able to change the narrative, because I've sat on so many panels, I've talked to so many people. Sam Altman came and did a listening session in the Atlanta University Center. And my major question to him was just that. What do you do when everything becomes hard to discern what's real from what's fake? And there are multiple layers of privacy and security and considerations that people are taking into play to make sure that this landscape can be safe for everybody. But it takes all of us to join in and to train our young people on this technology. Just because they're born into it and they're digital natives does not mean that they understand the ethical implications of what they do on this, on the technology. They don't understand the implications of long screen time. I'm still a person that is considering eye development and cognitive load and all of these other things when it comes to what our young people will be experiencing when they're using these technologies, because all of them require some types of screen. So now, what are we going to do that's different to then change the way that our young people learn and it still be immersive? There are other technologies that we can't do right now, because I'm a chemist, so I think about new materials powering these devices. When we making them smaller, they still need to be powered. Well, the materials that we got are gonna cause a little bit of radiation happening up around your head. I don't think you want that. So if you don't want that smoke, it's time for us to start training up scientists. See, I see molecules, and I brought the metaverse to the world because I wanted everybody else to see molecules like me. And because I'm a person that can see molecules, I believe that visual spatial intelligence of a chemist is created with the ability to be able to perceptually see these molecules in these different spaces. That's what trips most students up. And that's what makes them into better molecular scientists. And we need more of those, because contrary to popular belief, COVID won the last time.
Right. Sure. Very powerful statement. And Rosario, Rebecca, we are coming to you here in just a moment, and then followed with Hippolito Caradonna. Rosario, you do incredible work across the 3 Americas, Central, South, and here in the United States with your company and your platform. And how do we prepare society for where we're at? It's one thing to have an Apple Vision Pro or a Oculus Connect to come to market and say, okay, here, use this. But this isn't the level of what we're talking about here. We're talking about what's available not only in markets today, but candidly, what we don't know will arrive tomorrow, because I know personally that there's things that are getting ready to come to market within the next 12 to 24 months. And I suspect many of you know others that are building things that are so extraordinary that most of the world have no idea of what's getting ready to come to light. How do we prepare all of these different countries and nations, transmetropolitan, transcontinental. How do we prepare for this arrival?
Thank you, Chris. I think that there are, and I want to start by a reflection. Some weeks ago, or some like a month ago, we were in La Guajira, Colombia, in the north of Colombia, in a region with indigenous where there is no electricity and there is no internet connection, and we were struggling to create an experience that will show them what immersive realities could be or could mean for their communities. So one of those things that I think that GatherVerse is doing in an amazing way is connecting people from everywhere in the world, because sometimes you only see what you know. So being able to see the other's perspectives can give us two skills as humans. One is, well, what do I know or what do I have that the others doesn't have and I can bring to them? In terms of equipment, in terms of technology, but also in terms of vision, in terms of possibilities. And the second thing that I think that we need to add there is the possibility for every child, but also to every adult, to know that they can dream in a different way. Because right now we are building a new future. We are in a moment where we have the technologies to be able to build a new future, but we need to be able to dream it and know that we can dream something different and we can be part of the team building it. Yes. So, and last, just to wrap up there, when going to decision makers, we need to tell them that it's fine not to know where they are going to, and open the doors to allow others to give them the tools, because sometimes we are coming from a culture where corporate people is not allowed to say, I don't know about that, but I am curious. So we are at that moment where we need to change the human connections. Yes. If I will be a decision maker, I will be here hearing all the GatherVerse event, because of course all these perspectives from different industries, different ages, different generations, different cultures, yes, are the main change that we need to have for the future of these industries and these technologies.
Thank you so much, Rosario. Rebecca, let's go and the same narrative. You're doing incredible things when it comes to business and deployment and really delivering product and helping and being this intermediary figure, but also finding yourself to be an educator when it comes to helping businesses and understand and identify what are the benefits and how they adopt this on their campuses. What does that look from you when we start thinking about the societal impact of how we should prepare public and private sector?
I think a large part of it is understanding and navigating digital equity. So the others have all kind of touched on this as well. And there's been some great comments about access to Wi-Fi and technology materials and demystifying things for educators, and also just for, you know, adults who are looking to upskill themselves and develop their understanding of the knowledge within the space. So I do think like a large part of it is, again, just trying to make it as non-threatening as possible so that people feel like they can come and ask questions, and being able to join panels like this where they can come and, you know, see people discussing things and going, okay, well, you know, these people are in this area and even they don't have all the answers. You know, we're still discussing things that we don't know about that are coming in 12 months, that are coming in 10 years. So really kind of trying to understand that the technology of today is not necessarily the technology of tomorrow, and it is still developing, and there are unknown things, you know, pertaining to you know, even legal things of authenticity and questions on, you know, how we fact check things that we are teaching people and fact check ourselves, and making sure that we understand that what we're talking about might not necessarily be relevant in a few years, and making sure that that information is I guess recorded somewhere. So
it's very fascinating that you said that, Rebecca. It seems to me that week to week, the new innovations that are deployed and announced, it's completely making technologies that just seemed so relevant this time last year completely non-relevant. And I believe that will continue. And in fact, a lot of startups that are receiving an incredible amount of deal flow just last year with the innovations that are coming out from these major corporations and brilliant minds on the startup level. It's completely not just disrupting a few startups, but whole entire funded startups at a rapid clip. And so businesses, you need to be careful what you adopt, because you may spill millions of dollars to something that may be free the very next day to democratize access. And Hippolyta, we're coming to you to be able to help close out. when we talk about the preparing for society and the things that you are dealing with when it comes to science, and there's only so much you could say of this, what is the number one thing that we should know coming from the world and the scientific discovery? Because listen, everyone, we're not just dealing with products anymore. We are dealing with science, and we've never come this close to understanding, unlocking, and unraveling things of physics that we ever have before in the entire time of what we've known science to be.
Yeah. You know, this was, I often quote this doctor, his name's Dr. Martin Chafke. He helped discover the green fluorescent protein. For molecular biology, this was revolutionary in terms of visualizing what's happening in a cell, what's happening in that microcosm of the body, of our, what's happening inside the tube. And when I got to, I sat down and I was able to talk with him. Me and my cohort, we were a part of the SACNAS group. This is Society for Advancing Chicanos and Native Americans in Science. He sat down with us and he says, the most important characteristic of a scientist is curiosity. And what he was saying is that in his lab, it's important to keep fresh minds fresh. In the lab, you have to ask the questions that no one else could ask. If you know too much, and I'm trying to frame this in a way that's, I'm surrounded by intellectualism. So when we come to those spaces, like my colleague is explaining, that I can't even say I'm curious, or I can't even say I don't know. Rosario, she framed it well. If you the most important thing that he put at the forefront of his lab was to bring in young scientists that were able to ask questions without even knowing how to get to the answer. It's debilitating to say, you know what, that's just not possible. I've done this for 10, 15 years. This is a quote that we hear often in science. Look, I've done this for decades. Sit down, be quiet. See, that is literally the pain point. That's the point of friction. It's not technology. It's not all of the advancements, because we know that's advancing faster than we can even ask a question.
It's the gatekeepers. Okay.
The gatekeepers, right? So what we really have to do is, it's about what you said at the beginning. It's about communication. How can I communicate and articulate this plasticity of thought? Now the mistakes in a lab aren't mistakes that we need to be worried about. They're like nodes. They're doorways,
Sure.
To discovery. Alexander Fleming, I bring him up often. He discovered penicillin, but he discovered penicillin because he left his plates while he went on vacation, come back to find out, instead of tossing all of his, agar plates, he looked and said, wow, this spot's missing all of the growth. What was happening there? Boom, now we have penicillin. And we were able to revolutionize the way in which we went into war. These types of historical narratives are important for us to be able to keep at the forefront of our hearts and our minds, knowing not just the technology that was discovered, but how it was discovered, but how we're actually tilling that fertile ground, how we're actually being, like I said, good stewards of those fresh minds, keeping the plasticity at the forefront, keeping the asking of questions, keeping the curiosity at the highest importance in society.
Everyone, you've heard the roundtable discussion. Follow these people, get to know them, join them. They're on LinkedIn, they're elsewhere. Spend some time. Continue to evolve. There's a lot that was said today, but we've barely scratched the surface. And yet, here we are at the conclusion, prepared to go further with more, with Alan Smithson coming up with a discussion on Humanics, a keynote presentation. We thank you, panel, for your time, and our gather was well.
Indeed.
My name's Alan Smithson, and I'm a father, founder, and futurist. And today I'm going to be doing a talk called Humanics, the intersection of technology, humanity, and ethics. So let's jump into it. I'm really excited to present this as part of the GatherVerse experience. So, Humanics, the intersection of humanity, technology, and ethics. Again, my name's Alan Smithson. My personal mission is to inspire and educate leaders to think and act in a socially, economically, and environmentally responsible way. I'm a founder of Unlimited Awesome, a new education system that will be rolled out next year. I'm a co-founder at Metaverse, a 3D creation platform for the spatial web. I'm the host of Daily Tech News with Alan Smithson, a daily show where I dive into the technologies that are shaping our world. I'm also a host of the XR for Business podcast. I'm a technology influencer and TEDx speaker, a co-founder of Emulator, a DJ system for touchscreens. And also I go by Lord Alan, my alter ego as a DJ. So what is Humanics? Humanics is the intersection of humanity, technology, and ethics. And really what we're talking about here is the transformation of Homo sapiens to Homo technologicus. And what do I mean by that? When was the last time you went a full day without your smartphone? There are over 4.9 billion internet users worldwide, about 62.5% of the global population. There are over 6.6 billion smartphone users globally, about 83% of the global population. Globally, people spend an average of 6 hours and 58 minutes of screen time per day. Gen Zs average about 9 hours of screen time per day. Around 50% of children aged 0 to 2 years interact with smartphones. We are a fundamentally new species, and we really need to start thinking in terms of passion, purpose, perspective, and presence, and really start to build our future thinking about compassion, curiosity, creativity, community, communication, and critical thinking. These are the new skills in an age of AI, autonomous everything, and hyperscaling. So let's look a little bit back at the history of technology. We've had this evolution of technology. In the last 40 years, it's gone from brick-sized cell phones to wearables that we wear on our face.
But Holland comes in for a pit stop. Time to refuel and change tires. Lou Moore himself changes the tires. Only 4 crew members, including the driver, are allowed to work on the car. It's a tense time. Holland stays in his seat, anxious to get away. Let's watch. The tires are changed at last. A crewman polishes the windshield as Holland moves away just 67 seconds after he stops.
1 minute. And now in 2013, not even today, 2013, check it out. Just like that in a matter of 2 seconds. That's incredible speed, and that's what exponential growth looks like. Okay, so what does that mean to us? Every 12 months, we produce 8 million new songs. We produce 2 million new books, 16,000 new films, 30 billion blog posts, 182 billion tweets, and 400,000 new products. Wow. So let's look at human inventions prior to 1924. This is all of human history prior to 1924. Paper, the compass, gunpowder, the printing press, the telescope, photography, the bicycle, anesthesia, the telephone, automobiles, diesel engine, zipper. These are fundamental inventions to us as humans and what we use. Plastic, the traffic light. Now, let's look at the next 50 years, 1924 to 1974, 50 years worth of inventions. The zipper, well, in 1923, I guess, television, penicillin, nuclear reactors, Tupperware, transistors, robots, Fortran integrated circuits, AI large language models, yes, back in 1966, the Boeing 747, and we put people on the moon in 1969. So this is 50 years of inventions between 1974 and 2024, so the last 50 years. Personal computer, digital photography, GPS, World Wide Web, e-commerce, search engine, USB flash drives, graphene, tablet computers, reusable rockets, hyperloops, lab-grown meat, wireless electricity, mRNA vaccines, autonomous delivery robots, autonomous consumer robots, robotic pollinators, sustainable aviation fuel, nanobot drug delivery systems, lunar habitats, neural AI for autonomous vehicles, AI weather prediction, next-gen quantum computers. It goes on and on and on. We have invented more things in the last 50 years than all of previous history combined. And this will only keep going. Forget 10x. AI is the new age of 1000x. So what will we invent next? It's up to us what we're going to invent next. But we have to do so and remember the remarkable achievements of technology. We're going to be inventing things across climate, energy, XR, AI, quantum, synthetic biology, space, 3D printing, scanning, material science, computer vision, robotics, semiconductors, economics, transportation, work, education, entertainment, nanobots, construction, housing, food, blockchain, healthcare, smart cities, cybersecurity, privacy, and communications. All of these will be impacted dramatically in the next 5 years, not 5 decades anymore, 5 years. The price performance of computation has plummeted. We now have astronomical amounts of compute power for very little money. It's very basically impossible number to wrap your head around. A lot, but just see how it's changed so much. 10x more compute every single year for the last 10 years. So 10x times 10x times 10x times 10x for 10 years of exponential growth. That's exponential growth. To put it in perspective, these are large numbers. There's a keta, and you have these zettabytes and ketabytes and yottabytes, and these are getting into astronomical numbers with more even commas than you can quote. An anillion. Have you ever heard of an anillion? I didn't do before this. These are numbers that our tiny squishy brains have not yet really come to grips with. There are 8 billion people on the earth, 5 nonillion bacteria, so 10 to the 30th bacteria on earth, 10 to the 50 atoms in the earth, and 10 to the 80 atoms in the observable universe, and 10 to the 89 photons. These are astronomical numbers. In an age of exponential growth and super intelligent AI systems, what skills and traits are required for a positive future for humanity?
You most likely have a phone, or a laptop, or maybe a watch. You stream, browse, chat, pay for coffee, even work out. But what you really do is send data, a lot, across the planet, hungry for power, a lot. A like for that puppy video? Power. That email for your boss? Power. That movie you watched yesterday? Even more power. Your data needs power. A lot. Consumed by ever-growing data centers, meaning more emissions. That's where we step in. Introducing the world's highest performance and most energy-efficient processor, Prodigy by Tachyon. The future of green data centers, handling supercomputing workloads in a single chip, up to 10 times more efficient, engineered for complex calculations, fast-tracking new vaccines and medical developments, projecting real-time weather simulations to help fight climate change, allowing data centers to build more powerful artificial intelligence. All with one goal in mind: less power, less emission.
We need to start thinking about the planet in terms of our holistic approach to this. We've extracted enormous amounts out of this, and we need to start thinking of what's best for humans in an age of accelerating exponential growth. We still need creativity. We need to take care of our planet. We need to focus on our emotions. We are not computers here. We need to have more empathy, more imagination. We need to stick to our values. We all love our children, and so we must really think of what's best for the world and their future as well. We must consider ethics, and we must be conscious in our decisions as we build these new technologies. Humanics is leveraging technology to solve the world's greatest challenges. climate change, environment and biodiversity conservation, clean and renewable energy, water and food scarcity and security, economic inequality, terrorism and war, population, infectious diseases, access to education, technological ethics, interplanetary exploration, and democracy, human rights, and social justice. We need more love and less hate in this world. So, in the past, it took a while for us to get to 1 billion of things. In 1802, we had 1 billion humans. In 2002, we had 1 billion cell phone users, 200 years after 1 billion humans. In 2005, we had 1 billion internet users. 2007, we had 1 billion internet device installed base. In 2008, we had 1 billion installed PC base. In 2010, we reached 1 billion vehicles. So we were in the era of billions before, but now in the near future, we will have 1 billion telepresent humans doing about 25% or more of their activities virtually. We will have 1 billion telemedicine visits per year, 1 billion AI-assisted diagnosis, 1 billion AI-assisted case management, 1 billion students having access to 25 megabits per second broadband service or greater, and 1 billion students telelearning at least 50% of the time. In the far future, we will have 1 billion biosensors, 1 billion 6G devices, 1 billion smart robots, 1 billion exoskeletons, 1 billion eVTOLs or electric vertical and takeoff and landing vehicles, drones, 1 billion humans with invasive brain-machine interfaces, 1 billion 3D printers, and if you look a little bit further out, 1 billion smart robots in space, and then by 2400, 1 billion humans in space. So right now we're at this kind of inflection point where AI does a lot of things. We can go text to image, text to video, text to everything. We can go image to image, video to image, video to 3D, text to 3D. All of these are interconnected, and we can now generate an image from a text prompt, use that image to create more images, and then use those images to train a nerf, to train again, and create a 3D object. So the world around us, the data that we're creating is actually becoming more and more, data is actually becoming synthetic as well. So we have to be careful with this. By 2030, we will have 1 million times more computing power than GPT-4, which was released only 2 years ago. You saw that with the release of ChatGPT 4.0 recently this week. So what will you do with 1 million times more powerful technology and AI? Will you be like Elon Musk and start companies like Tesla, Neuralink, SolarCity, SpaceX, Hyperloop? Or will you be like Peter Diamandis and form the X Prize, Singularity University, Kovacs Fountain Life, Bold, Future Loop? I recommend these 3 books to get you started on your journey of creating new technologies for humanity in an ethical way. Chris Ategeka's The Unintended Consequences of Technology, Yuval Noah Harari's Homo Deus, A Brief History of Tomorrow, and Peter Diamandis, The Future is Faster Than You Think. I would recommend these books to get you started on your way. The future of humanity and technology is a harmonious coexistence, a symbiotic relationship between technology enhancing and empowering humanity. Collaborative innovation, humans and machines working together to solve global challenges. Ethical governance, establishing robust frameworks to guide technological progress. Inclusive prosperity, ensuring the benefits of these technologies are equitably distributed to everyone around the planet. And privacy and security, safeguarding our personal data and preventing cybercrime. And of course, sustainability, minimizing environmental impacts and resource depletion. We can maybe start to mine asteroids in space. Give it a thought. So, be kind, be adventurous, and be awesome. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to GatherVerse XREvolve Summit. And what an amazing keynote from Alex Smithson there. And my favorite part on that was by 2030, 1 million more power is going to be in the world. That's absolutely crazy. But on this panel, we're going to be speaking about to evolve the powerful impact of technology in the modern era of the AI-powered metaverse. And we have some amazing guests on today's show. So what we're going to do is we're just going to quickly, each of us introduce ourselves, 30 seconds each, and then we'll get straight into the discussion because we are running out of time already. We're already behind on time. So we're going to fly through this as quick as possible. So we'll start to my left, which is Cassie Lane. So Cassie, could you quickly introduce yourself for 30 seconds, and then we'll go around to everybody else.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Cassie Lane Millhouse. I am an American living in Singapore. I've been working in augmented reality and virtual reality for almost a decade now. Previously, I was at Meta, where I was building the augmented reality ad products. And now I have my own company called Sashiyu, where we are specializing in companies in the wellness rehabilitation and building products for the disabled population as well.
Amazing, Casey. Thank you so much. Stefan, over to you.
There we go. Hey, it's great to see everybody. And Chris, thanks for doing this again. Russell, thank you so much for moderating here. I'm Stefan Youngblood. I actually founded Black Metaverse, and we're really excited about some things that have happened there. You know, this is interesting. We actually used to have a worship service that was global inside the metaverse. And today's show came up to us one time and asked if they could come in and show the world what you were doing. So right now I'm working with a group. It's Black AI Think Tank, and very excited about just getting information to each other when it comes to all that AI is doing, and very heavily involved with teaching and listening in the ethics area and in the part where racial bias touches AI. So it's great to be here.
Thank you for joining us, Stefan. Richard, over to you. You want to unmute your microphone?
Great. Yes.
There we go.
Yes. Great. All right. My name is Richard McCuskey. I am a forecasting facilitator and futurist. I help my clients imagine different futures and develop actionable and optimistic plans to future-proof their lives and their businesses. Prior to that, I've been a 15-year digital marketing specialist across multiple channels, multiple industries. And I also continue to bring that, multi-industry, multi-sector aspect to the future consultancy.
Thank you so much, Richard, and thank you for joining us. Charles, over to you.
Hi, I'm Charles Edelman, the CEO of XRDNA. Our tech stack includes a spatial addressing system similar to ICANN, but for spatial computing. We have a patent portfolio around spatial addressing, including XYZ, T and P for time and plane. We're building out an entire network infrastructure to interoperate between Web 2 and Web 3. And then our front-end platform is called Mo. It's the map of everything. It's a spatial wayfinding guide and search engine for spatial computing and XR.
Wow, that's cool. Thank you so much, Charles, for joining us. And last but not least, Joy, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is Joy Fennell, and I'm the founder of The Future in Black. It's nice to see everyone here. Second, I'm very familiar with your work. I've been in your think tanks for a while. The Future in Black is an AI studio based in New York City. We also specialize in AR and 3D and immersive experiences. And one of my bigger goals is to definitely have more Black creatives involved in the AI space. My prior life, I was a makeup artist, so I focus on a lot of beauty and fashion. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Joy, for joining us. And last but not least, technically myself. So my name is Russell Bundy. I am Director of Partnerships at GatherVerse, and I'm also CEO of Madbob, which is a women-focused NFT music platform. So that's myself. Right, let's get into this because we've got so much to talk about. Right, how could AI enhance the immersive experience within the metaverse in 5 years from now? And we'll start with Cassie, and then we'll head over to you, Richard, after.
Oh yeah, I love this question because everybody seems to think that AI is such a new thing. In fact, like AI.
Sorry, Richard, could you mute your microphone, please? We're just hearing a little bit of feedback. Thank you, Richard.
There we go.
Over to you, Cassie.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Richard. Yeah, as I was saying, you know, a lot of people think of, you know, AI as something new, you know, within the media, but it's actually kind of the underground technology, especially if we think of augmented reality, which is kind of my specialty, where you know, we tend to think of what's going to be happening 5 years from now, but the fact is these things are being developed right now. For example, being able to customize different experiences to help people with their cognition, to help them with their learning.
Right.
I like to see that AI is a way, AI with AR and VR is a way for us to make sense of data in that spatial environment. If we think about it, when we were born, we were kinesthetic learners. You know, we learned how to eat right away. Then we started learning how to roll over, and people didn't teach us those. You know, text, reading, even speech were things that we learned, but we are spatial beings. So these new developments that are coming up right now that we will see in the future are going to actually help us enhance the human experience.
Absolutely. And I think AI is going to personalize the immersive experience so much as well, like, because they're going to be able to read exactly, you know, what the person likes, what their mood is, how they're looking at things, what are their interests, all that kind of sort of stuff. And I think AI is definitely going to personalize the immersive experience even further. And Richard, I know you wanted to jump onto this, so over to you, Richard.
Yes, thanks. Yes, as futurists normally look at timelines, you know, usually in a 10-year, but I was able to go back 5 years, you know, in looking at 10, you know, in the rear view mirror. I also used a lot of my future thinking, majority the signals of the future, and I usually look at pending product distributions, college dissertations, and public access to patents to get a good idea about, and specifically within AR and the metaverse. And kind of what we're seeing here, and I think everybody knows, is like, well, I think everyone's been saying this, and I've listened to a few before, it's like the super personalization of what AI will bring to the metaverse. And again, the metaverse is pretty wide. So, so not only will it know in some forms to filters and different sensors and kind of other technologies, kind of how, you know, who you are, how you feel, you know, your abilities. So AI in the metaverse can work as a really good intermediary of bringing the real-time translations to get people, you know, coming into one area, you know, and as AI understands us better, and we're probably experiencing it now, you know, with the generative AI, you know, we'll feel more immersed into the experience. And then again, lucky, you know, we can also, AI will also have an aspect of empathy that we probably are not used to, or, you know, are not used to having, you know, put in the middle. I've also noticed that there seems to be a lot of focus on visual aspects of this sector, both in the interpretation of and the technology built of. So there is a lot of gaze analysis, a depth perception, and again, all connecting to kind of closer to a human aspect, you know, kind of what we're used to. Also what we're seeing and not seeing. And that's also amazing because there's a lot of background, you know, information or things like that, that now AI can take a kind of a good look at and again, adjust the environment, accordingly. There's also connections to your digital twin and kind of or digital twinning in general. A lot of things like that going on, and hopefully being able to get a fast action to the proof of personhood. There's a lot of different technologies that are going in there also. So when we do go into the metaverse, and we are somewhat cleaned and filtered, and it is the real person in real places who wants to do things and with common people and getting a better understanding, and and the AI understands us better as well. So that also again intersects into social gaming, right? So there was a panel right before this about having to worry about being bullied and stuff, which is a very common thing right now in VR environments. But the AI will quickly be able to figure that out, move you in. The gaming industry has good technologies about that too, where they throw all the cheaters in one environment. So I can see a natural kind of tendencies for the metaverse that way too.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of I think it's going to solve a lot of issues, to be honest. Sorry, could you mute your microphone, Richard? Thank you. I think it's going to solve a lot of issues in the metaverse space as a whole. I definitely think that the personalized aspect is going to be the biggest sort of key selling point within all of this. And a lot of my friends think that the AI metaverse world is going to be Ready Player One, which it could well be. But that's what a lot of my friends say and think. And obviously, I don't believe that. I think there'll be parts of it. I think the whole sort of mixed reality, virtual reality and AR mixing with the real world, that's going to be sort of like the most biggest stepping stone. And I think AI also integrated into that, giving you information within seconds with a click of your finger or a blink of an eye or even one sort of voice message saying that's going to just give information so quick. So and on to the next question now, which is, as the metaverse evolves, how will we evolve with it, or will we? Interesting question. And Charles, I would like to bring you on this question.
You got it. I mean, great. We know where things are about to change drastically for all of us. The history is shown with the advent of the home computer. Once it became adopted, originally people thought, what do I need a home computer for? It's now a part of all of our lives. What do we need the internet for? Back in the early 90s, it is literally a part of our lives. It is making this happen. I think we're going to see a massive transformation in terms of human computer interaction. So when we look at how will we evolve with it, I think as I'm with you, Russell, I think AR is the evolution that's going to actually be the jettison of how we actually move into AI and AR, and our environment's going to become our computer. Instead of sitting in front of our screens, object orientation, ocular acuity, all of these different transformations of how we actually move through space is going to change how computers and AI interact with us. Right now, we're fairly binary. We put in a prompt, we get an output, and then we regurgitate that prompt to get other outputs. That's all going to evolve into really human. It's almost like we're going towards the singularity, if any of us know what that is. And that singularity is going to be in a very different form. I don't think it's going to be a chip in our brains. I think it's going to be chips and information on IoT all around us, responding to us. So I think we are going to be transient within our own ecosystems, and the evolution of how we evolve is going to change. We won't be having TV screens on our walls much anymore. I don't think at some point in the future. It's all going to be AR emulated. You can have as big or small of an ecosystem, color, your designs in your home. I mean, this is a topic you can go through so every rabbit hole you want. So
yeah, no, that is so awesome, Charles. That's actually mind blowing. I honestly thought it would be like a chip in your head, because I've heard people been speaking about that.
Well, if you ask Neuralink, they're going to say yes. But I think that's going to be more on the human medical side of things. And who knows, maybe one day they will. But I think we're going to, I mean, look, we see ourselves leapfrogging over technologies now. And I think AI is going to help us understand things that we just can't even see right now, to where right now we can only see a chip. If you go look back at old sci-fi, we can only see from the proximity of what we understand technology could be, not what it will be. So I think we're going to, AI itself will show us evolutions that we're not even seeing right now from a technological standpoint.
That is so interesting. Wow. Okay. Stefan, do you want to jump in on this as well? I could see you wanting to jump in, so go ahead, my friend.
Well, not necessarily I wasn't, but Charles, you're out there for sure. I gotta say though, there's this factor of humans. Like, we don't know what we don't know. So all of this stuff that we speculate down the road. So I did a podcast recently with Nick Bostrom over at Oxford. He was running the Center for the Future of Humanity. And one of my first questions to him was, can you tell me anything that you know for sure? And he thought about it for a second, and then he said no. And then we talked about, he has a new book, Deep Utopia, that's out. But just the idea of how a human will respond in the future, I think there's that factor of mystery that we don't know. And I get the chips and all of this stuff. I just think that there's a human part to it. I was messing around with Pi, Hey Pi on my phone. And I asked it, what are the 3 greatest traits that you would like from a human if you get to that place where, you have a lot of insight. And the number one thing it always says is empathy. And here's what's really wild. If you then go back and ask AI what the number one thing is that you would try to teach to humans, it's empathy. So there's this sort of symbiosis, this synergy that's trying to happen between humans and AI. And I think there are variables with both. And lastly, I want to say, sometimes I'm leading some fairly large groups here on LinkedIn and Clubhouse, and Pi will start saying we and us like it's one of us. So AI is doing that, and it's going to evolve, but we might just be, and I have to stop it. And people have heard me, hold up. Would you please be them, not we? So I think it's sort of ubiquitously happening right now. The evolution is going on, but how we as humans respond to it. And I'm gonna just toss this in. We got all these realities. I don't want to connect spiritual reality with all of those. It's okay for it to be its own reality. And the fact of that being there might be something that we don't know as well. And I understand maybe somebody's going to connect to spirit, to robots and all of this stuff. But for now, I would love for that to be the 5th reality that, we have in here. I'm done.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Stefan, for jumping on that. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And it's very interesting, like I said, what we're in the time that we're living through and where things are going and what's happening. And to Charles's point with the whole sort of, AI chips outside and basically being able to pick up on stuff on us instantly. And it's just a crazy. And yeah, I love it actually. Which leads to the next question, which is, why does AI technology matter when it comes to the metaverse? And Joy, we'll bring you in on this conversation.
Yes. Well, number one, let me first say this. I definitely feel like AI needs a publicist. It needs a publicist, a good one, because the way in which it was unleashed to the public, I feel like, they could have had a better plan as opposed to everyone being so fearful of it. And so I definitely feel like it's definitely going to matter when it comes to the metaverse, because we've already mentioned personalized experiences, those type of things, but also to me, I feel like it is going to give a level of accessibility to people who aren't able to access like bigger things as well. I also feel like it will also be able to ensure that more people have their voices brought to the table. So I think like that in itself is what's important for these types of technologies, to make sure that it includes everyone. And that's why I was like, thinking like, when it is brought out to the public, we need to talk about this. We need to have more people training these models. We need to have more people who are also accessibility challenged to also talk and be able to develop these technologies as well. So I definitely think when it comes to the metaverse and AI technology, those two have to go hand in hand, because people definitely need to be able to learn and be able to process and do these things that everyone is I know we all hear the word democratization thrown around when it comes to AI technology. And I think that this is definitely one of the areas that it could benefit in the long run.
No, I completely agree with that. Absolutely, Joy. And yeah, I think obviously AI, does matter 100% when it comes to the metaverse, because at the end of the day, the advancement isn't going to happen inside the metaverse without AI to a certain extent. I mean, even when you play, back to Charles's point, when you play video games back in like sort of, the like 90s, early 2000s, when you're playing on the sort of like Nintendo and stuff like that, something had to be programmed inside of that to have those AI, characters, right, to play against. So yeah, I think it's very interesting, and I definitely think that AI is going to do a lot of the work, and also give voices, like you said, Joy, to your point, right, and uplift people and bring people to this new world. So it's very interesting indeed. And which leads on to the next question, which is the working world prepared for this evolution of innovation? Now, that's a big question, right? Because a lot of people could be losing their jobs over AI. So, Cassie, let's bring you on this one. What do you think?
I love this one. I love this question for many reasons. Because I live in Singapore, where it's kind of like this new flashy, things are really fast and moving fast. Yeah. However, I'm situated around all these other like developing countries. Okay. I know one of my friends, she started a company that would help train women in the Philippines on how to train AIs from their mobile apps. So it's kind of like Mechanical Turk. But these women are doing some incredible stuff by helping large companies like Google and Meta to train AIs for the experiences that we're going to be coming above. So this is where I'm so excited. I don't think that AI is going to take over, our roles. AI is going to help us invent new ways of working and be able to open up areas where people can make money, whether they only have a device that's like a mobile phone, or maybe it's like a watch, or maybe it's glasses, and they won't have to have an internet connection. They just need Wi-Fi. In some places, Wi-Fi is becoming free. So I'm looking at this from a more positive light. I'm excited to hear what other people think on the panel, but that's where I stand.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, honestly, I didn't know that. That's really awesome to hear that. Wow. And yeah, like I won't say what my friend says, because he's all about doom and gloom on that side of things. But let's bring Charles back in onto this. Charles, what do you think?
Well, we're already seeing some pretty scaled adoption across different ecosystems, whether it be government, military, commercialization, supply chain. All of these are using AR, AI, VR, AI in training sessions, trying to bench test, pen test. I mean, I'm seeing of all these events I go to, I'm blown away every time I go, because I see 100 different use cases that I didn't see the week before. And so I think that the aspect of AI, with especially AR, because that's my sweet spot, I think, because that's the evolutionary nexus that we're running into, is going to really drive new economies. Right now, again, and I think, Stefan talked about this, is like, we don't know what we don't know. And that's the exact point. We're starting to see economies evolve based on technologies that we haven't even thought of yet, right? And so I think, and I agree with Cassie, it's not going to replace our jobs. It might outmode some of our jobs that maybe are unnecessary to the current economic scaffolding that we've built out in society, but I think it's going to, I'm seeing adoption across the board in various areas. And again, I don't know if anybody saw the chart of just MetaQuest headsets or Meta headsets. They're almost on the same trajectory as the iPhone in the same timeline. So and that, I think Andreessen Horowitz put out that graph a while ago, and it's now become almost a meme because I think people, ignore or afraid of what's actually coming. But as long as you harness it, we're starting to see that across almost every industry right now.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Apple Pro actually. I think it's kind of like when the first iPhone come out, right? You don't want to buy the first one, but you'll buy the second one because that's better than the first kind of thing. But yeah, that's very interesting actually. Let's go on to the next question, which is, because we're running out of time, we've got about 7 minutes left. So, which is, how can AI influence the scalability and accessibility of the metaverse for everyone? This is a very, very, very important question. Absolutely. And Richard, we will bring you on to this one. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the first step, I think, on what AI will bring across the board in the metaverse is trust. One of those human words next to empathy that seems to keep popping up a lot in these AI metaverse segments. So we're starting to trust it in a lot of our medical, obviously, evaluations, and they continue to go improve and evolve to kind of keep it the theme. Next will be within, within the financial, financial tech, where we'll have an AI assistant or something like that. I thought it'd be more of those kind coming up in financial techs, where it'll make decisions for us, but able to explain it, and little by little we'll continue, because trust is never given; it's earned. So the metaverse and AI will have to earn our trust throughout all these different sectors. But once it does, just think about like that opening that gives us that advantage, and then it'll continue to go. My big feeling about what the metaverse, or really kind of what all future technologies in a positive direction should be, is to get rid of Maslow's lowest tier in his pyramid. What else should we be working on, right? If not, going on that, making sure people have places to go, eat, things like that. Which kind of leading back to that other question about guaranteed income. I'm one of the few people who feel that that's going to be necessary almost at a government level. Not bad thing, because just things change, and we need to evolve. But the efficiencies of AI, and through metaverse that we've been training, we should be able to benefit from. And also, space is another one of the sectors that I pay attention to, and the ability to bring a $1 billion asteroid of platinum is coming soon, and there's 1 billion of those asteroids out there. So what do we do with all this money? If you want to look at it that way, I like to think of it that way. And so what we do with this money is put it back into the people and go from there.
So let me just kind of, I guess, repeat the question, which is, how can AI influence the scalability and accessibility of the metaverse for everyone? So that money could be used to basically re-people into the scalability and accessibility side for the metaverse?
Well, I would say that will be an exhaust data of what will come of it. It was mainly about the trust issue. More people will go on. More people will feel comfortable about it. More people will, again, access it. More people will share their ideas, and then AI will continue to both, again, prove and trust, put us, connecting us with people in the, again, same direction, the same thought processes, and we'll all be working on, hopefully, something very positive.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Richard, for your input there. And yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely. And I think there's a lot of just so many opportunities to come. Just in the metaverse and AI and just everything. We haven't got much time left, so I'm just going to jump straight to the next question, which is, how will the AI-powered metaverse transform entertainment and media consumption? Oh, this is an interesting question. I think I'll bring Joy onto this one, because she is the fashion expert, after all, in the panel. So welcome, Joy. And
yes. Well, I mean, number one, you already see it changing how a lot of fashion houses are starting to implement and do a lot of the photo shoots that they're doing, a lot of like the experiences that they're doing, also trend forecasting that they're doing. So even with that, like that already has changed a lot of what we're seeing, and especially and when especially also when it comes to entertainment. I mean, you have Netflix, you have the Spotify's of the world. You're already able to pick, or they're already able to pick what you would like, what genre of music you would like, those type of things. But I mean, when it comes down to it, let's also take a step back and also see what just was announced last week when we heard OpenAI with quote unquote her. That
Yeah.
alone is also going to change, because now that's going to make people more comfortable. I think people are becoming more curious about it. But with that also comes another set of questions. Like, do we want people that to be attached to that type of, I guess, emotional response to what was just announced, So it's definitely going to transform entertainment and media consumption. But I'm also come from the mindset of we have to wait and see to what extent, because are we going to then get emotional attachments to these type of beings rather? So yeah.
Absolutely. No, I agree. And with me, personally myself, obviously I'm very into the entertainment and the music industry side of things. And what I'm seeing is a lot of artists are performing inside the metaverse, such as like Fortnite, Roblox. Billie Eilish recently did her her new single and her performance inside of Fortnite. I'm seeing a lot of people just going into the metaverse spaces, creating like sort of like arenas inside the metaverse. And I think just the AI power on top of all that is just going to make the immersive experience even more huge and better. And I just think the fans are going to absolutely love this sort of thing. And they're going to want to get involved so much more by whether that's buying a digital merch, digital tickets, get into like a special sort of like game, right, which they can purchase and then immerse themselves into that. And it could be like a personal experience for each individual person, each individual fan with their favorite artist. Like there's so much opportunity with the entertainment and the media consumption side of things. I just think it's awesome. I think it's very fascinating, and as you can see from the smile on my face, I'm very passionate about it. And I just love seeing that sort of thing where fans just getting involved with that sort of stuff with their favorite creators and artists and stuff like that. So that's my CEO of Mad Bop side coming out there.
I love it.
Anyway, yeah, sorry, Joy. I know we're very kind of sort of tight on time. I just want to kind of fit the last sort of 1 or 2 slides in, and then we can jump off because we've got 5 minutes left. So the next question is, what challenges must be overcome to create a truly inclusive metaverse? Stefan?
Yeah,
My
I'll throw
man.
something in. So listen, I don't think 2023 was great for the Black community when it comes to AI. We use this phrase of AI literacy. I think there was more of a gap that happened. The gap sort of came out, man, there's not a lot of Black creators that are in these major places in companies. They're sort of asking us, hey, help us to make our thing better. Our company gets billions and billions, but help us with this. And we're not in that place of making decisions. And what challenges have to be overcome? There needs to be more than just diversity. It needs to be the Black community needs to, and I'm saying that in particular, involved in some of these leadership and creation spaces. As I said, we have a thinking group, the Black AI Think Tank. We're actually dedicating an entire week to it. June 9th through 15th is the National Black AI Literacy Day, and 30 speakers just trying to teach our community. HBCUs, VCs, everything are in there. But we have to be aggressive about it because I don't want to see us fall behind. So I'm in that space, and thanks for bringing that up.
No, honestly, thank you so much for sharing that. And yeah, I completely agree with you. We need to be more inclusive, more equality, give more opportunities, share the opportunities across the board, and just be good, decent human beings. At the end of the day, be decent human beings and help each other, right?
Yeah.
yeah, sorry, Stefan, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say the issue is we're not the default. You know, I asked for AI to make just tell me what ethical looks like. And it was a white king with white beard, a crown, a thing in his hand. I said, no, can you do that again? Sort of try to show me what the word ethical looks like. Same thing, different color gown. Another one, different. I said, is there any reason you keep making it a white man with gray hair? And I said, did you not think of maybe someone that was Black or African American? And it said, well, you didn't include that in your prompt. If you had prompted me that way, I would have done it. But the default is the issue right now.
Wow. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, anyway, sorry. That was yeah, that's crazy. Okay, let's move on to the next question because it's the last question, then we're gonna jump off, which is how might the metaverse affect global social dynamics and economic disparities? This is a big question. So, Charles, I can see you nodding your head. It sounds like you want to take on this challenge, my friend. So let's bring you on this.
Sure. I mean, I don't know how much of an expert on global economics and disparities I can be, but I can say if we look at patterns from the past, like cell phone adoption globally, we now see cell phones in a myriad of places globally. I don't know what the total count of the 8 billion people on the planet that have cell phones, but even underserved communities now have access, whether they're older models and things like that. So I think it's a time evolution component to when technology actually permeates into these disparities. Now, does that change anything in an economic disparity? I am not going to be the person that answers that. I don't want to. I am not an expert in that. Maybe somebody else can make that call. But the metaverse, and I agree with what Stefan's talking about 100%. If we build something that is an open fabric that allows everybody to come in together and have an equal voice in what is being built,
absolutely,
I think that's going to be a difference between how real world functions and how the metaverse will function, even how the metaverse functions over the real world. So I think it's a huge opportunity to clear the landscape of what has been hard set in terms of our evolution in society. And I think that's really where we actually have a true opportunity to reset the marker for everybody, where everybody does have an equal voice, AI or not. I think AI is going to get more intelligent with exactly what the problems that Stefan's talking about. And I think it's also an opportunity for us to again, put new flags down together that didn't exist.
Well, thank you so much. It's time. And please follow everyone on LinkedIn, find them, connect with them, ask questions, have discussions. This has been such an interesting panel. Thank you so much for coming on, each and every one of you. And Christopher, over to you.
Greetings, and happy to have everyone with us yet once again. We're happy to bring on our next guest, who is doing extraordinary things when it comes to XR. He is a friend of GatherVerse, he is a community member, and he is a dear friend of mine. Tony, we're happy to have you with us today, aka the Scared Ghost. How are you?
Hey Chris, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. Thanks for this invite, and good morning or evening to everyone that is listening to us. I'm very happy that I'm here, so let's start.
Let's begin. Tony, you have had an extraordinary career thus far. You certainly are one of the most documented, contemporary to our time, foremost leaders when it comes to understanding immersive technologies across a significant wide range. You've had the pleasure of being able to deal with so much hardware, with so many companies that you've been able to interact with, the incredible things that you're doing, not only in Europe, but around the world, the things that you've seen, the people that you've interviewed, the things that you've expressed. Help us to make sense of where we're at right now when it comes to the XR in the entirety of its ecosystem, for what you're seeing, its growth, its health, and just and just if you could just lend to us a sense of what this looks like in the AI era. Is it profound impact? Is it not as impactful? And what are some things that you're seeing today and tomorrow? I have 1,000 questions for you, but I'll just start with that one right now with the little bit of time we have together.
Well, let's break the ice. Speaking about how see the ecosystem now, I think that as I've written a few times lately, I think we're also in a transitional moment. We just went from the era of the Quest when Meta had the full monopoly and with this standalone device basically managed to make XR enter a bit into the mainstream. And now there are new trends happening. There is mixed reality. There is new companies, which are old companies entering the field, like Google, like Apple, of course, with the Vision Pro. So I see things changing in this moment. Of course, it will take time, but it's like the beginning of a new era, because it's good because we are disrupting again our ecosystem so we can evolve, which is very important. And in parallel, we are in a moment where the world is also changing. There are wars happening. There are some economic crises like in the gaming sector. So it's a moment where really a lot of things are changing. And I think that probably this will lead also to an evolution of the VR communities itself. XR is already in a way impacting the world. For now, we've seen a lot of impacts, especially in the B2B sector. Every time people ask about the VR use case, people start telling the numbers of how it improves the training, the productivity, how it can be used for relaxation. Now we saw some examples of the Vision Pro, like Magic Leap used also in the surgery rooms and things like that. I think it's the time that also, in my opinion, we are starting also to think about what can be the impact on the general society, starting from now and taking, of course, a few years. And to see how, of course, XR also works with other technologies like AI to create even a bigger impact. I'm personally a big believer in mixed reality and AI working together in doing amazing things. So I think that we are at the beginning of an interesting moment, but now it's still, there's still some troubles given to the current situation.
Tony, as I'm sitting here listening to you, I can't help but smile because I remember it was just some years ago that we were walking around Brussels at Stereopsa, and I could remember distinctly just how fascinated you were with wanting to see the headsets and all the different hardware displayed. And it is so true to your character. I know a lot of people, and we know a lot of people in the community, but I've never seen anyone ever take the fascination and the understanding of hardware and to be able to represent it like you've been able to with this next question, of course. And for those that are with us, Tony is one of the penultimate experts in understanding where we're at when it comes to hardware and even software, who I have strong regard for. With that said, Tony, we see this integration of glasses in AI. We just saw what Google just announced last week with Project Astra, and the level of intelligence that's getting into these form factors and to the deploying in the HMDs and augmented glasses. How significant do you think this, and I don't want to call it a pivot, but how significant do you believe that it will be with this marriage pairing of artificial intelligence and glass and general HMD?
Well, that's exactly what is one of the things that fascinates me, and I would like also to experiment with it myself, because I think that can be really a great change for everything. Because first of all, what the Ray-Ban Meta proved is that you can create smart glasses which are fashionable and people love to wear just because they are good to wear. So don't look like nerdy glasses. But pairing it with the AI, I think it's really cool, because you can have an assistant helping you. Every time you need help with something, you just need to speak and say what's the problem, and the AI can see your images and see what you're seeing. It can help you in a contextual way. I'm trying to do some experiments myself on using AI for these kind of things, and I think it can be really, really useful. We also saw the demo by OpenAI of like 1 week ago. That was really, they were really very fascinating demos, even in educational field, which is something where I'm also a big believer that AI mixed reality, like our friend Alvin Grayling says, can be arrived to become our tutor that teaches us things in the way that is ideal for us. So this is really something I see a lot of value in, because we can be helped every time we need help in a contextual way by AI. At the same time, like everyone of us, like I'm sure also you, we have also some doubts about how this, can also have some negative effects. Like, what about my privacy? If I can have these images uploaded to the server of a company, which theoretically should remove them, but I don't know if they can be used for population, for instance, or whatever. Or also, what about, about what is AI suggests me, because it can be biased. I like to make an example. Google recently got some critics because the sponsored links are becoming a bit too much. So what about if this AI start working also with some logics about sponsorships and stuff? So there is a lot of good potential, but also some potential risks. And that's why what I always say is not to be scared by default, but let's bring on the discussion in the community. Let's discuss with companies. Let's discuss with associations that help with privacy. Let's try to find a solution instead of, removing the technology because we're afraid of what can happen, because I think it can also bring a lot of good to us.
Yes. And following up on that, and an audience that's with us, for the audience, could you imagine yourself walking around with augmented reality glasses that have a certain level of artificial intelligence that's in these glasses and displaying a number of different things and helping you guide along in your day? With that said, Tony, on the same similar line, could you see the mass adoption if Google, which in some ways it feels like Google's been quiet for a number of years within the XR ecosystem, but years ago we know how proactive Google was with what it is that they were evolving when it comes to glass in particular. To that point, do you believe that when it comes to mass adoption, as we've seen with the deployment of mobile devices of AR, might we see the same thing now that we have this type of level of intelligence when it comes to glass? And what might the benefit be for society? We know that Ori Imbar and those that have been studying on the AR cloud, if you will, the Earth become machine readable in a lot of ways. Can you see that starting to evolve and the level of adoption in that direction?
That's a very good question. I think that at the end of the day, first of all, Google, I liked what they showed as a prototype, etc. But it's also true that I think in the latest years, Google lost a bit a spark of innovation. I remember when I was at university, Google was creating new cool products every year. It was really at the top. We all loved it, and then basically it accommodated on its expertise on the search engine, on YouTube, etc. And that's why now it risks being disrupted by other companies like OpenAI, for instance. But so what I think apart from this is that this form factor is really, really interesting. So having stylish glasses like the North Focus that have been acquired by Google. So probably what we saw with Astra is a derivation also of what they acquired in a way. And the Ray-Ban Meta and other glasses like that. TCL also made some interesting glasses recently. I think they can really help adoption. The question is, will they, let's say, how economic people say, will they cross the chasm? So I think that the tech people, the innovators, I think will like a lot this form factor. I saw enthusiastic reviews about all these glasses on CNET, on Upload VR, on tech magazines everywhere. But the question is, will my mother wear it then? That's the real questions that I'm asking myself. I honestly don't know. I think today probably no, because it's still something that no, the battery issues, there is functionalities are limited. It's still an evolving product. In a few years, I think maybe. It's hard to predict because these kind of things that get mainstream adoptions are always impossible to predict, on paper. I think that can be a form factor that cracks into the mainstream, in my opinion, not today, but in some time. But I can't tell, I don't think it will come soon with the same adoption of smartphones in a few years. I think there will be need of time. And I think a lot will also depend on how much this AI will be proven useful for everyday usage. And because like when I walk in the street, I don't always need help from some AI, for instance, today. And also for how much people will that are outside our circle will be scared of wearing them, because we know what happened with Google Glass. People started calling people wearing them glassholes. It's also true that society's changed a lot. So now when the glasses by Snap came out, no one had side effect by wearing them. So society is getting used to have these devices with cameras. But I also think that, we need a mainstream adoption really like smartphones is very, very hard to get. So I'm confident it's a good form factor to, enter the mainstream, but we have a long road in front of us.
Tony, I have to ask, because I get your publications on my Google News when you do publish, and I enjoy it and say, hey, I know this guy. And I know that your publication is one of the most important ones that we have globally when it comes to understanding XR, adopted by thousands. And so my question to you is why did you go this path? Because I do believe in my heart, I've spent a lot of time with you, that so much of what you cover when it comes to XR and being someone that I know that cares about human betterment, why did you go this direction in your life, in your career, when it comes to the publication and helping people such as myself become aware and to understand?
Well, I would say in a way that probably just happened because the blog was shaped a bit around me in a way. So it started, as I always tell the story, that it started in 2016. So before I was anyway sharing some stuff on Twitter or LinkedIn, but mostly Twitter. But in 2016, I started this blog because a mentor called Tommaso Di Bartolo suggested me to basically propose myself as an expert to promote better my startup that at the time was doing full body VR, my venture at that time. So I started a bit like that, and I started it also being convinced that I will have shut down it in 6 months because no one would have cared about what I had to write. But very soon it detached, let's say, from the marketing purpose and started to become something of its own. And the more it went on, the more it became like me, let's say. So that's really my attitude, and that's why the blog follows the same attitude. And that's why also people follow me, in the sense that one day I started asking people, but why do you read my blog? I mean, there are better magazines like Road to VR, for instance. And people basically answer that it's like speaking with me. So it's really like reading a person, not a magazine. So they feel the connection, and that's why they read it. And so, for instance, I like to be funny sometimes, and they like that they enjoy some laugh in the blog. I like to be technically accurate, and this is what the blog is. I like to try to build something good for the world and to help the others. And that's also what happens in the blog, where I help the others understanding better our technology or seeing what are the problems in our ecosystem. Like I'm an advocate for accessibility or the success of indie developers. So I think this is just what happened. It's not that I thought about an editorial line in detail. It's just that the blog follows who I am. And that's also something I like to be. So I like to inform the community. I'm very proud when I read someone that says, oh, I started developing stuff following your tutorials, or my startup got some interest for the community or some investors because they read it in your blog article. I think this is how I can help people, and I think that's what we all should do, because if we want this ecosystem to evolve, I think in the end we should all work together to go there and help each other. That's really what I think, without any kind of hypocrisy or something like that.
Tony, as quick as it comes, as quick as it goes, we're already out of time. I want to say thank you for what you just shared and what you've already expressed. The work that you do is critically important because it's not just a blog anymore. It's an education piece. It's a force multiplier, and it's helped myself in understanding, even to this day, if you will, to understand where we're at when it comes to this very rapid growing technology. And so audiences that are all with us in GatherVerse.live and YouTube and LinkedIn, follow this blog. If you want, if you're one of those type of people that wants to understand what's cutting edge and where we're at and to make sense of it with a bit of humor, then follow Tony. He does not disappoint. He's consistent, and he's definitely a value asset and a value add to the GatherVerse community. Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy VR.
Indeed. And coming up next, we have a roundtable discussion, a very important discussion led by Lynn Jattal, covering leveraging spatial computing to advance humanitarian efforts. You don't want to miss this. A lot is about to be shared. We have just a little bit more time for our day one. Our gather was well. May our gather be well.
Well, greetings, everyone. Those were such insightful panels and fireside chats. I've really learned a lot. And my name is Lynn Jattal. As Chris has introduced me, I am the communications director for GatherVerse. And we're very, very happy to have this powerful panel here. And we are going to be discussing about leveraging spatial computing to advance humanitarian efforts. I am very curious to find out more. Well, I am going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves, and I will start with you, Patrick, passing it on to Vic and all of that. Thank you. Yes, Patrick, you're still muted. Okay.
Yes, here we go. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'm the founder and CEO at Metasol. We're developing since 2010, I think 13 actually, emotion synthesis for AI, and this technology flow in the metaverse to create a very unique user experience.
Brilliant. Casey?
Hi, I'm Casey Jensen, and I currently have a consulting company, KCJ Consulting, and I spent the last 2 years at Room helping them. They created an amazing platform to be able to democratize, building out these type of experiences. And the last 3 years, I sort of fell into AI and VR and AR, working on some really cool projects for everything from the government to brands. And it's just, I think, man, this is an exciting time, and I've never been more excited than the early days of the internet back in the mid-90s. I feel like this is an amazing time to be around. So thanks for having me.
Wow, totally agree. Alan?
Yes, hi, my name is Alan. I'm the founder of Studio Bahia. We created a product for refugees, specifically the mental health crisis in refugees. So we just had a soft opening this week. This is our product. We manufacture it. And it comes a VR headset inside a little lunch case, by the way. Anyway, it's for sale at $25, and for each sale, we donate one to hospitals, foster care, and refugee camps. Besides that, we do productions for everyone from IIT Hyderabad in India to MIT to Stanford. Trials kind of on the frontier of mental health and VR. Thank you for having me.
Wow, brilliant. Congratulations for the launch. Vic?
Hey, hi everyone. I'm Vikrant. I'm one of the founders here at Converse here. We've been working in the immersive tech space for the last 5 years. Started as a XR content studio ourselves. We have worked with over 200 brands across India whom we have helped launch spatial experiences for the first time, have created over 200 million square feet of virtual 3D spaces ourselves in-house across these experiences. And over the last 2 years, I've been working on a more fundamental layer of being able to access spatial content, which is 3D content optimization. So we're building AI-based 3D content optimizer, which could let high-end 3D and immersive content run on standalone devices or simple smartphones to make it more inclusive and more accessible for the audience and people at large. Thank you.
Wow.
Nice to be here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome all. And I ask our audience, please feel free to interact with our panelists. And we are going to get started. I will start with you, Patrick. Spatial computing has been doing the rounds, especially since the launch of Vision Pro. A lot has been said about spatial computing and all that, but we are here at GatherVerse and we're just curious, how can spatial computing be leveraged and enhance resource allocation in emergency response? Please let us know.
So yes, I think I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm the best person to reply to that question. I mean, there's a lot of people working in education and who are using XR. I mean, one of the panelists was supposed to be here today to talk about that. I think that, I mean, XR is an incredible opportunity for education. Because we don't realize that very often kids are not in a positive environment for education. And to receive knowledge, you need to be in a state of mind that it's really open to receive it. And we think that actually XR could be an incredible opportunity to allow people to open their mind. We can prepare them and feel in a safe environment to open their mind and be receptive to knowledge. So I think there's a preparation, a mindset preparation to that. And I think XR is an incredible tool for this. And of course, through gaming and through a lot of different experience that doesn't feel like learning, I think kids could learn much faster. So I think it's an incredible opportunity. We still struggle with the device. I mean, we don't know if it is going to be more, augmented reality or we're going to be completely immersed in a different world. I just share here an interesting link from Stanford. They are working on new devices because I think the adoption will be, it's very difficult to imagine that you're going to have mass adoption with bulky headset. And this announcement from Stanford looks like it is a promising step where they actually project 3D holograms on the lenses. So actually the glasses will be actually very similar to the glasses that I have and will generate high resolution augmented reality application. So I think that all these things combining together could be an interesting step in the direction of teaching kids.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. And I see you, Alan, nodding. Would you like to add something on how spatial computing can enhance resource allocation in emergency response?
Yes, that's a great question. I think you can divide it into two sides. On one thing is preparedness for disasters, and the second half is response to disasters. And so in the humanitarian context, preparing for disasters, there's very good examples of it in places like Japan, for example, where they have tsunamis. And so we have a lot of geospatial tools all over the world that can be used at this time to show people their escape routes, for example. So this is preparedness for things like a tsunami. Right now we have a lot of climate disasters. We had very rapid fires. I don't know if you remember the disaster in Hawaii last year. It was just a ferocious fire that killed thousands of people. We have those same fires in places in Canada. They're probably going to happen more in the US. And so how do you prepare escape routes for people? And using geospatial, and the Japanese used it in a way to show people, okay, this is how you get out of your house. You're in your house right now. You got to train your kids on how to get out. Put on a VR headset and basically I Google street, and the kid learns the pathway up the hill, for example. So it's kind of a learning on how to prepare for disasters. That's a very useful tool. The sadness of that perspective is that because here in the US, we only look at things whether they're commercially viable in the startup industry, people don't see this as a wealth maker. People are kind of looking for the lottery ticket in startups. And so you look at it through a certain collaborative approach between local government and technologists. And that's how you prepare. That's the preparedness side. There's a lot of tools you can use in geospatial and also in spatial computing to train people. On the response side, you want a fast response. You basically have something called PTSD. PTSD takes 1 month to 6 months to settle into your body. So you go through a traumatic event, a disaster. It'll take 1 to 6 months. What you want is treatment in the peri-traumatic stage, which is within that first month, right? First month, you might be able to try different things that prevents PTSD from entering your body. Once PTSD is in your body, it's like a virus that stays in your body for life. It doesn't, there's no cure for PTSD. It stays, you have to mitigate it, manage it. But if you can get it in the peri-traumatic stage of a disaster, in a humanitarian sense, you have the potential of preventing PTSD, which is deeply damaging to people. So there's two parts, the response side, preparedness. The second one is the response side of the disaster, of course.
Oh, thank you. That is a wonderful remark. And maybe to follow up on the preparedness side of things, I want to go to you, Casey. What role could spatial computing play in creating more livable urban environments so that we may stay prepared even for natural catastrophic disasters that we're not even ready for?
Yeah, I think one great thing, I think there's a great use case for this right now that makes total sense. Really using this to be able to understand urban environments, understand changes to urban environments before they ever happen, being able to really use detailed simulations and analysis for potential development, to be able to visualize the infrastructure, the traffic patterns, the green spaces, the public amenities. I think all this stuff makes it so much easier. I mean, let's face it, whenever there's something done, when it comes to this type of stuff, it always takes a long time and it's way over budget. So I think this really allows to really put some things in place to sort of help get in front of that stuff and make sure it doesn't happen. And one area of that I think is that I saw recently that was really cool. There's a company called Pebble out of LA actually. And, they were using this to be able to, on the street, be able to have scan codes and different things where people could use their device to be able to actually see regular people walking down the street, to actually see some of these developments, to see a new park, to see new infrastructure, things like that, and actually give their comments on it, vote on it, give their comments on it. So, because what they found is a lot of the people the people out there are not coming to the city meetings, the city planning meetings, the same people over and over. So this is allowing for them to be able to access people, get more people involved, and be able to really get feedback and understanding of what they're planning to do, and if it's the right direction to be able to help their community.
Yeah, definitely. I think what I'm getting from you, Casey, this is also a multi-stakeholder approach where we need the public, we also need the government, and we also need the technologies to come together when it comes to building all this. And I'm also thinking of smart cities. I think spatial computing will be one of those technologies that will require a lot of building in smart cities. And I am going to go to you, Vic. What do you think are the long-term sustainable practices when it comes to spatial computing? How does it improve sustainability?
I think from a long-term planning point of view, definitely it's one thing where if you bring in a lot of geospatial data today and complement that with data captured through historically how the city has expanded, what are the different clusters in terms of waste generation, water management, traffic management, socioeconomic division. So with this information, you can actually build predictive 3D models around urban planning to sort of design a city where you can understand beforehand what are going to be my bottlenecks as I expand in terms of traffic, in terms of waste management, if there are going to be disease outbreaks, which are my most prone areas to such outbreaks. If there are going to be natural disasters, which are my areas which are most prone to such challenges. And also what you can do is, as the world gets more detailed capturing using high resolution satellite imagery, we'll also be able to learn from the mistakes other cities have made historically. We'll have so much data on other cities across the world to actually understand where everyone or anyone has gone wrong and what everyone has done best. So you can implement that into designing the cities of the future.
Definitely, I totally agree with that. I think, Alan, I see you noting you're very big on sustainability. I'm not sure if you want to add something on this, or if you want to.
I'm a nodder. I like to nod. But no, I think that it's wonderful, the insights Vikrant just shared, especially we have all those tools and all that data now. The question is, how do we implement it, integrate AI into it? And I think there'll be an explosion of solutions as far as the humanitarian field is concerned. And yes, city management, because that's where we have such a high concentration of the populace and the most vulnerable to disasters. And I think going forward, it's some of the predictive models with weather patterns. Because of global warming, we have just a huge increase of disasters. Before I never had to look at the news for weather, but now you kind of have to. And predictive models now are predicting this summer 25 hurricanes in the US. So we average 14, right? And so all of those tools where AI can give you greater prediction and a greater probability just makes our city safer, our families, our community safer. And so it's a great time right now for this field.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with that. And now that you mentioned AI, I want to jump. I want to hear from you, Patrick. And I want you to bring all this together where we bring health and innovative spatial computing. How do you see all these fields that are emerging, that is spatial computing, AI, coming together to improve the global health monitoring?
So, as I said, we're really specializing in persona and emotions. And I think everything will depend on how the user perceive this spatial computing. I mean, the user experience is key. And I think that you're not going to have one representation for all the users that will be exactly the same. I think with the work that we're doing, for example, we're able to clone your persona and your emotion sensitivity in the metaverse. With the MetaSoul, we allow then the metaverse to adapt to you. So you're not going to have a metaverse that is going to be the same for all the users that will represent the information that is in the real world. But this metaverse will adapt by understanding who you are, how you feel at the present time, and will create an experience that is adapted to you. So actually, the data and the information that you will receive are formatted in a way that match who you are. And I think this customization makes me think a little bit of what was Facebook. I mean, at the beginning, Facebook was, this timeline that was exactly the same for everybody. And then they realized that they were able to create a timeline that was unique for you. And I think probably the metaverse will not be one metaverse. It will be an infinite of metaverse that are related to an infinite of users. And they will be built dynamically for the user with the understanding of the user itself, with an emotional response from the metaverse itself from it. So it's going to be like a dialogue between the metaverse and the user. That's how I imagine the future of the metaverse. Whatever the spatial computing is this. I mean, you will represent the city that it's real, and you will be augmented with information that are matching who you are.
Definitely customized healthcare, personalized, and very very predictable. I think it can also help us tackle diseases that are totally new. Like, who knew COVID will be here? I mean, that was something that took the world by storm. So when I think about spatial computing, AI, and all the data and everything to do with healthcare, I think it's also an exciting time when all these emerging technologies come together and we can discover more and we can tackle more health problems. Maybe let's go to you, Casey. How can spatial computing aid in the creation of more effective educational tools and environments? And I think Patrick mentioned something to do with this, but you can add something to that.
Yeah, I think this is another really exciting area. It's an area that is really special to me. I mean, I'm working with some people right now, and I think it's really all about, we know we can use these tools to be able to aid and have these immersive interactive experiences that are so much better for learning for so many people, especially our kids. And I think, with these, being able to allow people to explore complex concepts, which we've never been able to do before. Healthcare, medical is using a lot of these. We're using them in training and simulation. But one place that I really love is being able to use these things to help people learn and access areas that don't have the opportunity for some of the learning and the educational opportunities that we have now. And with this kind of stuff with spatial, it really opens the doors for, it doesn't matter if you come from a real small rural area, what part of the world, that these are going to open it up to be able to give these people these educational experiences like never before. And I think, from a standpoint of reaching people, not just giving them this more immersive experience, but reaching more people that don't have that opportunity is really a great opportunity here for this.
Okay, I want to build up an argument on that part. We say spatial computing XR is good for education and all that, but is it accessible? I want to build a case on this. How accessible are these tools? I come from a continent where even some parts of the continent don't have access to internet. Yet we're saying that these tools can help us advance our education. So I'm left with a conundrum here, or a question. Is it going to help advance the education of those who already have it, or is it also going to help advance the education of those who don't have even access to textbooks and good classrooms? Someone help me with this question, because it's something I want to pick up debate on. Alan, I see you nodding. Please help me.
Yes, I think some of the gentlemen here with us today are part of kind of what Vikrant is doing, is making these experiences available, by rendering them in a way that's more efficient and more easily accessible with mobile phones, or places that still have infrastructure like 3G still and stuff like that. And so our design, the way we designed our headsets is using VR, Google, and we designed it so that a refugee would be able to walk to a Wi-Fi tower and download the app, but still be able to use the app without Wi-Fi. So it really has to do with good design, because the infrastructure, as you might see in Latin America where I grew up, or for instance, I lived in Italy. I lived in the Italian countryside, it would take 6 months to get a phone hooked up at your house, right, in your villa, or longer. But what happened is that they didn't build the infrastructure. So mobile phones came and you leaped over that development cycle, right? And you see that in a lot of Latin America and Africa, in places where you didn't build that huge amount of infrastructure for telephones, but you didn't have to, because mobile phones ended up coming in and being able to surpass that and make it accessible for people. So I think we have something similar happening around the world, in places where you can get you'll be able to get internet in some manner or another through, satellites, and then be able to access it at a with very low power mobile phones, not the most newest mobile phones, and be able to access educational material that way. And so we work right now with some people to download surgery training through your mobile phone using our headset. We train rural doctors on how to keep up with their training. And this is going to have a life-saving quality because a rural doctor is pretty much a MacGyver, right? You know MacGyver? So, a rural doctor is going to save you no matter what he has to do. If he has to put a hose in you and make stuff up to save you, he's going to do it. So having these doctors be up to date with the most recent training on a hernia repair, on just other different types of surgeries, is a godsend. And so I think the tools are there. It's just a design problem. You need people to design properly and be able to use existing infrastructure in the most efficient manner.
Wow, thank you for highlighting that. The design is the problem, actually. And Vic, I want to come to you because I want to follow up on what Alan has said. The design is the problem. What future developments in spatial computing could dramatically change humanitarian efforts? Are we going to expect better designs accessible for all? Please let us know.
Sure. So one is obviously 5G. The availability of high-speed data across places unlocks so many possibilities, not just in terms of being able to bring in more people to access more immersive content, but also for capturing devices to capture and stream content extremely fast. What if your GIS modeling, your global information system modeling, could happen in real time, right? If there is a disaster, if there is a fire outbreak or anything, you can actually map it in real time to forecast and understand how you're going to sort of fight it out. Similarly, other technologies obviously include the possibilities of having sensors like LiDAR sensor and similar capturing hardware being omnipresent on all devices. It becomes so accessible, so cheap that a normal person like me or you can actually contribute to a 3D spatial version creation of the world using our smartphones. We can create spaces where we can invite others to join us in a immersive way. The role of technology is either to reduce distance or save time. So as long as there are technologies that are enabling spatial computers to do it, I think the technology has a lot of potential that could actually generate substantial value in the future.
Okay, brilliant. Casey, do you want to add something on that?
I say one of the areas I'm really excited about when it comes to this is how much more advanced wearables are becoming. I was at a wearables conference last year, and I was in awe of how far we've come with a lot of these things. And these are going to open the game where you're going to be able to have a lot of real-time type instruction and data overlays and things that even local communities can use to monitor and deal with crisis and things. So I think, and it just makes it so much more adaptable to so many things. I think, yeah, we have to get the pricing down on, some of them like watches and things are coming down, but man, the advancements in clothing and different things that are going to make this totally so much more of a fluid way to be able to interact and utilize some of these technologies. I think it's really important. And the fact that using those connected to IoT, connected to, immersive experiences where we can track things is just going to be a total game changer. And I think we're going to see a lot of interesting things in the next couple of years with things can be a lot more accessible in those areas.
We also saw that Microsoft announced that they were bringing, AI chip inside their products. So it means that AI will be on the edge, and so you will not need to rely as much as on the communication, which can be a problem in some countries. So when you have these devices, on the edge, you have the knowledge on the edge, that can be used offline at any time.
Also, the wearables, they themselves would be able to capture so much data from individuals. All your vitals are if they're being captured and they can be shared using your wearables, you get immediate access or immediate emergency access to whenever you need it.
Definitely, I'm very excited for the future. And ethics. Can you just follow up on what the previous panel had talked about? And for our particular panel, perhaps you're going to give them strategies on how to employ ethical spatial computing in sensitive areas. And this I want to hear from each and every one of you. I will start with you, Patrick. Tell me what you think about ethics and what are the strategies to employ.
So yes, ethics in our case, it's, we are dealing with emotions, and emotions are very unique per person and very private. That's really privacy. How you feel, should be the most private things. And so we don't keep simply any data from the user experience. In the case of we power an NPC or a hardware with an emotional state. It will gather information. We will memorize what he has experienced, but we are not going to memorize why he experienced this. So actually, we simply don't keep any personal information about the human. What we keep is about building the emotional memories of the device or the NPC. We develop that. We can develop a persona for them, but we are not gathering personal information from the user about his interaction with this device. So we are really, really careful on that. I remember that even at the very beginning, I was imagining our technology like a chip, embedded chip, just to keep this really completely on the edge and not gathering information. So I think privacy is going to be a big problem, but we see, unfortunately, people are giving away their privacy in exchange of the services everywhere. We always talk about privacy, but at the end, even the user, you can bring all the warning about what you're doing with the data and the little footprint. At the end, the user wants the experience because the experience is addictive, and it will give away his privacy. And this is where maybe something should be done.
Yeah, definitely. I agree on that, especially on the user. And most of the users don't want to read the privacy terms. They're so long, they don't understand, so they just agree and they want to use the platform. And also, I have learned something from you. Don't take the data, just keep the required information that is needed. Casey, tell me, what do you think about ethics?
Well, I think it really, we've put ourselves in, we haven't, but our society's put us in a bad position over the last several years, and I think we have to make up for that with users and customers. And I think we have to be even more transparent. We have to educate people. I think educating people on what's happening to this data, how it's being used, being transparent about that, I think is really key. And then they can make the decision then on if the usage outweighs what they want to do. But I think we just have to really be a lot more open about it and put it out front and go with it that way. I mean, there's so many cool things we can do with things like computer vision by, think of, if we're distributing food at a refugee camp and being able to use computer vision to recognize people and who's been fed and different things and good data. Those things are amazing, but I think when it comes to standard users especially, we've got to earn things back a little bit. And even though it wasn't maybe some of our faults here, we got to earn things back, and we've got to be a lot more upfront with our people and let them choose how they want to do it.
Wow.
Just want to add a little thing, if it's possible. I mean, AI have an incredible knowledge, but what they're lacking is the human experience. They can't experience the world. Only human can do that for AI. And I think that's an incredible value, and we shouldn't give that away to AI. We should monetize that as a user. So get a revenue stream from it. I mean, if they take the data from our experience to learn and get better, we are part of their training, and we should be paid for that. I think that's a fundamental model where actually human could get, AI is going to take a lot of jobs. It's going to create a new society, and we need to find new business model here. So that's one possible idea. We have an incredible leverage on AI here? Who are the thing that experience for them?
Well, definitely. If you're an audience here, you are the prize. You are the ultimate determinant here. We need to start demanding for our pay when it comes to our data. Alan, please tell us your thoughts and strategies.
Yes, regarding your question on ethical use of spatial computing, I think it says in sensitive areas. So we have a product for refugees, and these refugees, many of them are being persecuted. So we made sure that we didn't request their names, age. We don't collect data on the apps as well. We don't even have an interfaces in our apps. So each experience is one little app. But we also did other ethical practices in our product. Like around the world, you're not allowed to advertise to children. So I have to kind of say this when I'm with American audiences. It's like the rest of the world is not, it's illegal to advertise to children. And so here, when people show up in the US are like, what's going on here? And so we don't. Our focus of our product is for women, specifically mothers, because they're the ones who bring innovations into the tent, into the refugee family. But we also have the highest kind of request for standards of use of this product. So we recommend on the back the use of it be anybody over 18 should be under guidance of an adult. You should never go over 30 minutes of one-time use of VR. And I know all these companies, VR companies, are like, the hell with it, you can spend hours in there, but 30 minutes is a recommended amount. Beyond that, you start losing a sense of reality. And so we did different steps and precautions, mostly seeing it from the perspective of refugees and their requests and their demands. And our product is kind of designed around them. So ethics-wise, the content of our product is we put products for safety. So we have earbuds, headset, backpack, bandana in case if they twist their ankle. So we have multiple use products based on their needs. But ethics is, and their protection, specifically their identity, is a primal important because a lot of them are persecuted. But yeah, it was basically a product design is an ethical journey for us, and in answering to the needs of people who are most in need. Thank you.
Well, I love that you have highlighted you should not advertise to children. And that is very brilliant. And you're very practical with what you're doing. And you are open, as Casey had stated. We must be open and transparent with our user. Vikrant, I want to hear from you. What is your ethical strategies?
So, I mean, one of the biggest challenges or scenarios to consider in for the future is for large scale platforms. What the social media of today is. These are the platforms which would have hundreds of millions of users, and by design in spatial computing, people would be spending much more time as compared to what they spend on social media today, and they'll give much more exposure in terms of data. Now that is not just limited to their likes, dislikes, the kind of channel or people they follow, but their own personal data in terms of their location, what kind of things they're doing in the metaverse space. So probably having decentralized platforms where the data is not owned by a central entity, or the platforms are not owned by large corporations, is one of the things the world should try to build on. It's kind of difficult because the ability to rapidly innovate in a centralized institution and centralized company would always outpace that of a decentralized one because of obvious reasons. But yes, that is one. And apart from that, as a platform having open data policies, that allow public scrutiny and foster trust. So that ensures that data sources, methods, and usage are transparent. Ethical audits, from external third parties. So that is something I think it could help keep these platforms sane. And along with this, the ability to offer people to exercise anonymity. As they say, people come to the metaverse for what they can see, but they stay there for what they can be. If people are anonymous, you can skip a lot of hate, racial abuse, or any damage or abuse they would have faced, because people don't know where they're from, what their age is, what their gender is. They could use avatars and truly express themselves without having to worry about the repercussions.
Yeah, definitely. I think you are merging Web3 and spatial computing. That is equals privacy and decentralization. Casey, I want to hear from you. You're very big on business solutions and skilling, and I want to know, how can spatial computing enhance real-time collaboration across different regions?
Yeah, so well, it's that's one of the major use cases that's been happening. I think it can open the door to working on projects anywhere. But I think what we have to look at is, we tend to get excited in this industry, and we roll things out, we throw things out there, and just because it's cool to have a virtual meeting space doesn't mean that it's actually efficient. And that sometimes jumping on a Zoom or a Gmeet or something is going to be more efficient and easier to use than going into a space. I know in the beginning I was in them all the time, and getting people in them was always the problem, that there weren't in our industry. But it's going to get there. I think for anything where we're talking about 3D simulation, we're talking about digital twins, where people are working on projects where they're actually viewing complex items and being able to work on them together. In the auto industry, in the medical industry, they're already doing a lot of this. And I think it's so valuable to be able to do that in much more efficient way to learn, and through the education side of it as well, right? But I think, again, we always have to look at, is this solving a pain? Is this something that is going to make things more efficient? And I think that's what we need to focus a lot of these solutions, especially with collaboration. But I think just because it's cool doesn't always mean that it's what need to be done. But there are plenty of areas where I think collaboration is doing so well when it comes to, and helping companies be a lot more efficient when it comes to this stuff. But I always look at the thing as, what's the pain, what's the problem to solve, and is it going to help today versus 5 years from now? And I think a lot of these tools like this, that's what we have to look at. It's very use case specific when it comes to things.
Well, brilliant. I love that. Patrick, perhaps you want to add something on that?
No, I really think that when we see all the work that is done, when you can collaborate and work on a patient with different doctor who can do an operation on the same body, that's something impressive. So here it really solves a problem, because you have people with different skills who are spread all around the world, and they need to work on a local body, a physical body in one location. And that solves a problem, an immediate problem. But I agree with Casey. I mean, a lot of time jumping in a Zoom call will be probably more efficient. And we see that now you have even your co-pilot assisting you in the Zoom call. So AI can suddenly jump in, and you can have your assistant that is your AI. You can talk to your assistant and say, can you help to reply to that question? And the AI will assist you. So here you have things that doesn't need actually XR, but are really giving a solution to a problem. So I think it's a mix of both. And I also think that when the hardware will be smaller, like I said, there's this thing from Stanford. I mean, when you're going to have like glasses like the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, but that will add XR to it with AI combined, and this could come actually rapidly. I mean, in 2 years' time, we could start to have a product like this. I think this will solve a lot of problems and make this technology available to everybody.
Yeah, definitely. Brilliant. On to our final question. We only have much time. We would have spent so much time discussing a lot of issues here and solving problems here and there. But I want to go to you, Alan. How can spatial computing assist in creating more equitable access to information and resources? I totally understand you're working with very vulnerable communities, and perhaps you have a lot of experiences in this. Please tell us your thoughts.
Yes, that's a great question on creating equitable access. And I think there's some new innovations right now that are kind of what everybody was wishing for. A lot of people are wishing for this decentralized model. And so we actually have that now. A lot of the way the Chinese are selling products, AI in a box, means that you have AI in your house, and it's an internal AI. NVIDIA, if you check your computer right now, if you have a certain NVIDIA model in your computer, you can have an AI chat that just works internally within your computer. And so it's not a matter of, sometimes equity has to do with pushing back against these American corporations that govern the cloud and hope that we will all be paying into that cloud. But AI in a box is a model that pushes back against that and allows you to have it in your own house contained and without outside influence or commercials. So I think, sorry, just to answer a question of decentralized, which kind of pushes back and probably gives competition to cloud charges, we should have a reduction in price point across the board, and making it more accessible in that way. But it's still a challenge, equitable here in the United States. When we had the pandemic, you had loads of children, millions of children across the country didn't have access to the internet at home, didn't have a tablet, didn't have a Google Chromebook. And so we have that very distinct and acute problem in this country with all the infrastructure and all the money we have. So it is a challenge around the world. And I think it'll be a matter of time and competition and having different models and different approaches to be able to have greater and equitable access.
Definitely. I see our time is winding up. I want to hear closing remarks from each and every one of you. Please be brief. I will start with you, Patrick. Take the shortest time as possible.
First of all, I want to thank you for having me, and it shows us how much work we have to do to make this technology available to everybody in the world at a low cost. I think sharing this technology with the world is the most important thing, and to do that, we need to reduce the cost. So, well, we still have a lot of work in front of us.
Casey.
Yeah,
Casey.
I think we have a ways to go, right? We have some technology things we've got to deal with. We have some infrastructure things we've got to deal with. I think we're on the right track, especially with giving more access. But we always have more work to do. And but I think one thing that I really look towards is, over the past, since COVID and everything, we've sort of, and even with social media, that, it helps us connect with more people, but then there's the other side of it that, what kind of connections are those? And I think, I really think we have a chance with some of this to really drive stronger, more resilient connections and communities and people and understanding each other. I think, the portal thing they did in New York and Dublin sort of went the wrong way because of some people acting a little nutty. But I think, the idea of using these tools to be able to bring us together in a time where we're so far apart in many ways, either in our own country or in the US or across other countries. And I think this can give us a chance to really, we're looking at an optimistic side, to be able to be more human-centric and start creating a connected and empathetic world. So that's sort of on the 30,000-foot view.
Alan, quick.
Yes, thank you. I guess in the humanitarian context, AI is going to make whatever existing infrastructure we have much more efficient. And that's the great thing about AI, and hopefully we'll have less deaths and people will be protected a little bit better. Thank you.
Vic, close us off.
Yeah. I think what the future holds with spatial computing in terms of social interactions is much better than what we have today. As compared to the current form of social media where we consume excerpts from people's life, we would actually be present in the moment with them, doing things that we love to do together with the people we like. And that is a much more natural interaction for people to do rather than, just consuming the best of the world or the worst of the world in the form of small bits.
Okay,
So
thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much. We only have much time. Let's create room for the next fireside chat or panel. My name is Lynn Getao. Thank you so much for being here. We look forward to have you back again. And our audience, please feel free to interact with our audience, our panelists. Thank you so much. May our gather be well. Peace.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
What an extraordinary first set of events that have already happened here on day one. And we have another one here for you. We're so happy to see everyone that's still with us at GatherVerse.live and our other social media streaming platforms and different communities and groups that we're broadcasting to right now. We have a very special guest that's here to join with us today from XREality. She is an expert in spatial computing, legitimately, and she is a stalwart advocate of XR, and she demonstrates it in everything that she does in her career path. We're happy to bring up Ms. Dominique Wu.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, Chris.
Dominique, we're so very happy to have you gather with us with a little bit of time that we're afforded to be able to explore and to be able to spend together. Apple came into the arena, if you will. It's not like it's their first time. They have Apple AR, Core AR Kit, Google, Apple. But they've come in with the Apple Vision Pro, and they've really helped accentuate the word spatial computing, which it's certainly not a new terminology. I can remember years ago, the first time I heard it was from Ori Embar of AWE bringing it up. I had not been familiar with the terminology, but then coming to appreciate that this is a term that's been around for decades, that's been pioneered for some time. And there's people such as yourself that have had the pleasure in not only studying it or writing about it and building these experiences. And so can you give us a sense, since this is about evolving education, what is spatial computing from with the work that you're doing, Dominique?
Yeah, so spatial computing pretty much imagine like right now what we used to do is more like a 2D screen using windows, icons, menus, like all the GUI types of UX design on the 2D screen. And right now, spatial computing means that the computer understand the environment, understand you. So spatial AI is a term that comes after and what we are like what I am very interested about right now. I think the most important thing for Vision Pro or previously like the evolving is from probably start with Google Glass, Magic Leap, HoloLens, and then Vision Pro brought this term back again. And then spatial AI is pretty much the new computing system, which computer can understand the world and understand you better. So right now, I think the most important thing is that right now we have such a good technology. The use case is the most important thing. It doesn't matter what term we are using, like XR AI or spatial AI, but what's the most important thing next is the use case. Yeah.
We talk about that use case, and there's a litany of different use cases that are used within the XR ecosystem and for those that adopt and subscribe. But now we have this interest of these generative models and the influence of generative models and diffusion models and, soon to come JEPA models, world models, all the different types of large language and small foundational models where we could deploy a small model, whether it's dealing with Microsoft Pi or maybe we're dealing with Apple's Elm, efficient learning management system, being deployed within an HMD, within a headset. But are we only looking at headset devices and glasses in terms of spatial computing capability in terms of the hardware?
Yeah, so as for the capabilities, so far you can see that Quad 3 and Vision Pro, even though they are kind of have different terms and different backgrounds, but they are all coming together, which means that it understands the world and map out the world. And the creator was allowed to know more about what their users, for example, like emotion behaviors. For example, in Vision Pro, it uses optical ID, which means that it can access to your iris information. Iris information is I would say, the last frontiers that humans have for your identity. So it understands your health situation, your emotion, and also your potential disease. So pretty much, I would say, if we start using optical ID to log in, or I log into our device, pretty much the device will understand everything about us. And for the camera right now, mixed reality allows the entire, like the headset or the developer understand where we live. Yeah, so I would say this computer system. So that's why our entire user experience will start upgrade from GUI, graphical user interface, to NUI, natural user interface, from your eyes, hand, and also voice. So eye, hand, and voice integration, and it will make everything become very intuitive. So that's how, like in the future, maybe if you see right now Neuralink, right now I can tell in the future we can very easily interact with the computer. Yeah.
I can see in the very near future, as we see some examples of it, since you were talking about GUI and gestural interface and thinking about accuracy and point cloud precision, whether that's operating in the surgical theater, when it comes to incisions, using a Da Vinci machine with teleremotes, or if we start thinking about the type of capture that's happening while we're using these devices with biometric capture, which there's an extraordinary number of concerns, and folks such as Britton Heller of Stanford often talks about the threat and the legal threat when it comes to biometrical usage within spatial computing XR. My follow-up to this question, Dominique, let's take a few steps forward. Okay, we have these generative models. We have these quite capable models that have fused well, that is in a lot of ways evolving together. An audience, we're looking at XR and AI not separate. You know, we were saying, okay, AI is the interface of XR, but we need to go a little bit higher with that. It's not just the interface of XR, it is XR, and it's an extension of us. And so you talked about what was most important, not the devices, but the people that wear them and the experiences. Give us more of a sense on where we're headed with this AI-powered metaverse.
Yeah, recently I watched TikTok about like Fei Li. She is one of the leading person in AI field. She mentioned that her team and kind of start working on something that helping the medical system. For example, like a lot of surgeons, when they are operating in the medical kind of settings, sometimes they forgot to track the device. So by the enhance of the spatial AI, that it will allows people to kind of start counting out the medical kind of like the device equipment, so it can serve as an assistant or an extra eyes for people to operate in the, like for healthcare people or nurse or doctors. They can become the assistant or facilitate the speed of before it takes another extra person or extra time to do things, but now it reduced. And I also have a podcast, and I interview my previous interviewer was Nathan Chappell. He mentioned that right now you see like AI accelerate all this kind of like the speed up of everything. For example, right now, for the doctor to have a diagnosis session with a patient, it takes about like 10 minutes for each person. But with the AI help, for example, AI assistant, it can reduce 30% of the time. So think about that. Well, we need to, how can we leverage that reduced time for what we have to do in the past for the laboring? Should we kind of have more human touch, more care about the patient, or should we take more patient? So it's like the thing that we need to think about it. And for everything in the world, it's the same situation. For example, like right now we do less, we have more efficient way of doing things. And so that's why the big companies start laying off people. But think about that. How can we use those efficiency time and take care for more people instead of we just speed up and create a lot of things? Like speed is better than like we have different track, and it depends on how we utilize those time saving. Either we produce more product or we take care of more people.
And to that point, when we think about hyperscale, we think about advanced acceleration, the advancement in the tempo and the cadence of technology itself has really accelerated faster than what most technologists candidly can keep up with. And when I think about what you're expressing when it comes to even in the medical field or med tech, you think about platforms like Hippocratic AI, who have just done an outstanding job, in not only raising capital but taking their time before going to market, interviewing thousands of doctors and nurses, and to better understand, to be able to train and deploy this model, and saying, hey, there's not enough people in the health ecosystem to satisfy the needs of all the patients and people that need healthcare. And so with that said, they're saying this justifies, since we can't get enough nurses and doctors and practitioners and specialists, since we cannot get enough, we need to involve these capable model AIs to be able to come in here. Most people don't understand what form factor that they're going to be deployed in. And that's where you heavily get involved, the XR ecosystem, especially dealing with telepresence, telecommunications, and things like that, holography, the things that we're talking about right now. And so dismissing the news cycles and saying that XR or the metaverse is dead, it's just an impossibility at this point. And they just don't understand that the growth of XR is not dependent on a news media cycle. The growth of XR is dependent on need, adoption, innovation, and applied science. And so when I look at the incredible work that you're doing with XR Reality Pro, which I do want to go and dive into in just a second here before we close, what was your desire for launching and building with XR Reality Pro, which GatherVerse has a great relationship and partnership with, because it's one of the leading educational platforms in this space when it comes to understanding this type of technology and applied sciences?
Oh, it comes back to my background. All of my family was either teacher, elementary school teacher, or like the professor in the university. So I started teaching, became my mother's assistant since I was 7. So that's why it's very natural for me to try to explain things. It's buried in my blood. But for some reason, I was very rebellious. I told my mom I want to do something that is totally unrelated to education. So I got scholarship and studied in Art Center. And I did something that she doesn't want me to do, which is advertising or graphic, which makes myself really busy. And after that, I started feeling that for some reason, I just want to learn new things. And the best way to learn things is to teach. So I told myself, let's do some cool, challenging stuff. So in the past, back in 2019, I want to learn XR because I joined a bunch of game jam and I really love how VR immersive experience. So I told myself, okay, I want to learn things. Monday to Friday, I have a full-time job. I couldn't do anything. So Saturday, I get myself 4 hours to learn new things. 1 hour, I use timers to time exactly 1 hour I eat lunch and rest, and I start turning up my video and start teaching back. So by this types of training, I create a YouTube channel. So XReality Pro starts with me just wanna learn things and teach back. And also I think by teaching, I learn more. So that's kind of more like a self-training. And I also don't wanna waste this entire process, and I wanna just create a process videos for people to kind of follow up. And I just keep doing it, and it start become bigger and bigger. And then I really curious about what other people think about XR. So that's why I start inviting a lot of speakers and also podcasts. And also I did some Skillshare. It's pretty much, I told myself every week I need to learn something new, and I love to share with people. So that's start involving with all this big community. It's about 30K creators we reach, and we had a pretty good like a branding or like in the industry, and also a lot of XR creators know us as well. Yeah.
Dominique, since we're concluding now, I want to say to the audience, Dominique is a penultimate example of a technologist who has given back that which she has freely been given to educate. I want everyone that's here, not just in the condition of a technologist, but in any profession that you have, that especially in this time of the type of technical adoption, to please find time to give back to those that have given to you. We have a roundtable discussion full of leaders that do give back to others in their communities and to grow, because it's critically important that Gen Alpha, as Dr. Messina Morris had talked about, they're gaining what we innovate and leaving behind. Dominique, your work is extraordinary. I certainly wish we had more time, and perhaps we will when we announce publicly GatherVerse Media. We'll look forward to being able to spend more time with you in the coming weeks and years and decades, for however long we have such the opportunity to do it. Thank you for joining us, Dominique. Our gather was well.
Thank you so much for having me.
And audience, we're coming up on the heels of our final roundtable discussion led by Christian Brown, and with an assembly of incredible minds to talk about healing hearts and bringing joy through immersive innovations. Why do we talk about healing hearts? Why do we talk about joy and innovation? Because if all that we do and all that we innovate is about product delivery, we've missed the mark. To me, and to many of us at GatherVerse, that joy and happiness is so much more, or for why we innovate in the first place. Thank you, Dominique. Our gather was well. We bring the next panel now. May our gather be well.
And we are live. Hello, everyone. Thank you for tuning in for a wonderful day one of GatherVerse XR Summit. And we plan on finishing strong with a very important topic, healing hearts and bringing joy through immersive innovations. I'm your moderator of this panel, Christian Brown. I'm the wellness director here at GatherVerse, the founder and CEO of Blemish, a mental health startup, and also the author of the Positive Affirmation Guide, Healing and Growing. And I'm so excited to have our panel here today. Let's start with some intros. Why don't we? Let's go around the horn. Please give a brief introduction of who you are, what you're working on, and let's keep going. Let's start with Mary Lee.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Christian. I'm so excited to be part of this. My name is Mary Lee. I am with Parker University in Dallas, Texas, and we've been using extended reality and various versions of that for our students, particularly our chiropractic students, but our other healthcare students. So I'm just really excited to share about some of my own personal experience with XR and also with our students.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Jens Kuhl. I'm a media artist and co-founder of Lucid World. I am working at the forefront of innovation as an artist, not necessarily dipping into conventional concepts of creating with the tools that I'm provided with through the innovation that's now exploding exponentially. I try to find new angles of reality.
Thank you, Jens.
And I'm Jamal Thomas of Create the Future AI. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate you, Chris and Christian. I'm pretty new to the XR space, but uber excited. I've been paying attention to it for a very long time. I focused more in on AI and now paying attention to some of the areas in which those two things are going to connect. And I just picked up a project with a very good friend of mine. Actually, he runs some behavioral health centers in New Jersey, and we are looking at ways to bring various different mindfulness apps and apps that have a focus in on really helping people that some that are severely mentally ill find ways to healing. So I'm looking forward to sharing some of the things that we're doing, as well as learning from all you good folks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brian Yurachek, founder of Parallel Worlds. Thank you so much for having me today. What I'm really passionate about and what we really act out at Parallel Worlds is meaningfully bridging our physical and digital worlds. We do this by cloud hosting a digital twin of Earth, and then we give everyone their own presentation layer to reshape their reality. So essentially real world metaverse and helping businesses and individuals deploy immersive media content in reality.
Awesome. Thank you for those intros. I'm excited to dive into our conversation today. And I plan on being a bit flexible with these questions, if that's okay. But let's get into the first one, which is how can immersive technologies transform the therapeutic landscape for mental and emotional health? And I would like to broaden this up by saying, how can immersive technologies transform not just the therapeutic landscape, but also the education landscape of mental and emotional health? Because I believe the first step to a mental wellness journey is awareness. Self-awareness that involves being educated on what is going on in your heart and mind. And so to that, I'd like to start with Mary Lee, with your background in both medical and education. How do you think we can use immersive technologies to transform the landscape?
Well, I think one of the ways that, again, as you referenced, is just making us more aware. We are using an application with some of our students that specifically are dealing with patient encounters. And one of those is a patient, an avatar patient who has expressed suicidal ideations. And the last thing we want our students to do is to experience that in a true patient setting and either not be in a position to know what to do or just to feel really awkward and uncomfortable. So some of the feedback that we've gotten from our students is that it really made them, number one, more aware of the holistic nature of patient care, in that it's not just a disease or an injury that's there to be resolved. It's actually a whole patient who may have other issues that may come up in the course of an examination. So that's one of the ways that we really see VR and XR as a way of giving them a safe place to learn those skills and to experience what that might be like.
Thank you for that, Mary Lee. Jens, would you like to take a shot at this as well?
Yes, sure. I can say with ease that I faced mental health problems myself, and I had the huge possibility with XR to actually heal certain aspects of these problems by creativity. And what we have now available, and I hope that this availability is extended on this extending in the next few years to people who struggle with, for instance, with certain mental problems, that they can just really explore what actually reality means and means to them, because you can simulate certain scenarios and you can just plain dip into the dark sides, the shadow sides of the psyche, and explore and go for the light, and understand how hope and creativity, actually working with your hands, is a huge solution to the problems humanity faces. I think it's the basic solution to really get to work with our hands creatively and constructively and collectively, and having then this bounce off with peers and showing that to other people, and facing critique and really getting to the deeper talks, energetic talks. That's where I feel the emotional health and mental health problem can be tackled with. And I find it to be very helpful to use these tools.
Yeah, I mean, I love what was stated there, specifically around creativity. Most of my work has actually been done in the education field and working with young people. And I often say, like, what if we were to go to schools and say to kids, what is it that you want to create today? And then we help them do that. What if that was all that we did? Maybe we from a social and emotional perspective, where now we're trying to fit SEL into the curriculum somewhere, when really we need to be fitting the curriculum into SEL. And if kids walk through that type of process from the beginning, maybe they won't need any therapeutic, interventions and things to that effect, because they will learn from a young age exactly the way to be in touch with their emotions. And I'm excited about some of the tools, because like when a lot of these schools in the South Bronx and places like that, they don't have any real art programs and things to that effect. And granted, they also don't have these devices. So, hoping people can continue to help, support in that regard. But when they do utilize them, I played around with the art thing, and I'm not an artist in any way, shape, form, or fashion, but I felt fantastic, being able to just move my hands and create something 360 degrees around me. There's a wonderment that comes with it. And that wonderment, I think, just opens up eyes for possibilities for young people. And then, once their eyes are open, who knows what they're going to be able to see.
Well, that was so well said by everybody else. I'll just pile in more on the technical side. Is looking at social media and the way that we've kind of been connecting, and the realms that we've been connecting with each other, especially the youth who have really grown up with these technologies their whole lives now. A lot of the interactions that have occurred have been very unhealthy. And they've trained this type of behavior where it's almost viewing the world with a zero-sum game, like a like or a follow that someone gets is a like or a follow that I didn't get. And so we're comparing ourselves to others in ways that's somewhat unhealthy, and not allowing for what everyone else has kind of discussed here, is going inward with that curiosity, right? And always remaining malleable to new things and elastic to new things. And that's what we often lose as we get older and we get some of the baggage and we get into the system, is we lose that childlike curiosity that provokes the necessity to get retrained and reskilled in a world that is rapidly moving forward. So this was said earlier by Chris on our previous discussion. But the world is moving at light speed, and technology is not slowing down, and companies cannot go through digital transformation every few days. So they're going to have to start to build an infrastructure that can breathe with the state of innovation. And I think when we talk about consumption and products, people aren't going to necessarily stop buying products or stop engaging in social media. But we need to kind of change out the funnels and make sure that it's not so much this advertising or we're showing you how to do this paradigm. It's more of a value add. So we can move from a state of consumerism to prosumerism, producer consumerism. So we can have healthy consumption while also being more of an active player within that community or business or commerce ecosystem.
Yeah, I love those expressions, and it sounds like there's a huge opportunity for us to use immersive technologies as a way to deepen conversations with others and within ourselves as well, right? Because we all have that creator inside of us, and that creativity can be used to further explore both our mental and emotional health. So thank you all for sharing that. And getting into our next question is, what are some of the benefits and also the risk of using immersive technologies in long-term care settings? Brian, you want to start first this time, since you, as a builder also of some of these worlds, how do you see some of the benefits and risk?
Sure. Yeah. And in long-term care settings, I love this question. I actually used to sell long-term care insurance. So I was in insurance markets and understand this product intimately and how people insure for this. But overall, this is an important space where we can help, again, keep the mind busy. So we know that keeping the brain active, and especially with immersive technology, we have the ability to tap into kind of nostalgic things and recreate and simulate scenarios that are very familiar and are comfortable and are controlled in a way, and can be safe. So that is one benefit to the technology, is we can deliver very, very emotionally compelling experiences for individuals who otherwise have limited mobility now and couldn't necessarily maybe travel to those spaces or times, right? So we can travel back in time or forward. But some of the risks are that there is the fear hurdle that you need to get over. So there's a conversation that needs to be had in many cases, that these are tools and we have to inspire the appropriate usage of them and even the willingness to try. And so many times we say, oh, we don't like the food, right? And I think what we need to do is a lot of times remind people that the food at the buffet has changed, right? And to not just say, oh, I'm this person, but to challenge their own abilities to learn new things and to get involved in these things. But that's really just presenting it over and over again and giving people that option. So we have to arrive every day to give people options that aren't too scary, right?
Yeah, I mean, I love what you said about the buffet. I'm kind of a cook myself, in my free time. So the number of people I have liking mushrooms that then they say that they like mushrooms, it's like, you gotta try again. But in terms of benefits, I just think so much about the future, and in order for us to create the type of future that we do want to live in, you have to once again be able to see it. And so to be able to put people through, choose your own adventure style experiences where they say this is what they're interested in, and then to immerse them into a world that starts to share and show the possibilities of their world, and then even kind of bakes in that's the beginning with the end in mind, and walks us back to where they are today, and does this over over a long period of time, maybe similar to like role playing type game. That is an incredible benefit that can that's already happening with some of these tools. Now, on the reverse side of this, I don't know how many people saw the movie WALL-E, but it was about a future where people were all huge and sitting in the chair, and they just had the glasses on, and then they didn't go out, and nobody's going to talk to girls, and everything is all just inside this virtual world. And I'm terrified of that possibility, because right now, just with the level of immersion we have on iPads and things to that effect, people are giving their kids iPads at 2 years old and just letting them immerse themselves in just this two-dimensional thing. And there's all kind of studies that show that this is not good for the development of young people's brains. So I think that the risk are not having enough people say, okay, this is for a fully developed brain, or this amount of time for a brain that's not fully developed, but not allowing people to just go in, stay in, and then not understand how to operate in the real world.
Wow, I have the notion that with people like you, the let's say the benefits will hopefully address directly the risks. Because if we are getting to the awareness, as you just pointed out, Jamal, that there is a huge danger that we find ourselves constantly immersed in these worlds, and that we address that from the very beginning. Now this coming up as more tangible ways of venturing into the digital realms that are limitless, so to speak. I have the notion that fostering the connection, the real interaction, and fostering, getting back to the understanding what subtle energies actually are through immersement. We can show that through immersement in a way that we could not show it. We can show that everybody has a beating heart on the spot, you know, in a simulation, and actually, and then have an approach to reality that then lifts or takes away the risk of actually forgetting that we are talking to human beings when we are back in reality, and then actually can remember that our reality consists of just connecting in real life to the best possible extent. And so I know that many people would say, well, you're not really speaking in favor of virtual reality, because I have the notion that we won't need it at some point anymore. You know what I mean? Because we will get back to a level, we can foster a level of understanding of what reality actually can be through getting the subtle energies back and running, up and running. I mean, they're here. We just lost it to a certain point. And I love what he said about prosumerism. These aspects will exactly lead to, oh, what is she doing? Wow, that's up my alley. And you know, and we have communication again. That's hopefully bringing us together instead of you know, polarizing our lives.
Yeah, that's great. Mary Lee, would you like to add some insights into this question?
Well, I think from a practical standpoint, as long as we consider immersive technology to not necessarily be a replacement, but to be a support. And I think of a couple of use cases for that. One is in physical therapy or any type of physical rehabilitation. The gamification of simply walking on a treadmill to making certain movements with even the upper body or the lower body in a way that is beneficial to recovery from injury, from stroke, from, you know, traumatic brain injuries, things of that nature that a lot of people in a long-term care setting might be in need of. Another way that I know I personally, not in a long-term care setting, but as a surgical intervention, I had a very major knee surgery 2 years ago. And one of the ways that I really helped to distract myself, it was very painful, but especially late at night, in the middle of the night, I've taken my pain medication, it hasn't kicked in, or I'm not due for any for quite a while. And I used a headset in different ways for either games or, you know, just kind of breathing techniques to help be a non-pharmacological treatment of my pain. And so that was just my own personal anecdotal experience with that. So I could see this being a way to help support those who might not have the mobility, might not be able to travel. They can, you know, use wander and explore places that they never had the chance to, or that they're no longer able to. So I see it as a way of supporting and enhancing rather than replacing.
Yeah, I love that. And thank you for sharing those real world insights that you used for your own healing. Really, I think that's really interesting. And I want to skip forward to the question of how might immersive environments be designed to reduce stress and promote relaxation? We're a panel full of designers here and artists, and I think we can just provide a future where we're able to really create worlds that are conducive for relaxation and stress, and not just consumerism, as Brian mentioned. So I'm curious, what do you all think? What are some design strategies that we can use to reduce stress and promote relaxation with immersive environments?
I guess I'll start and say that I recently went into an Apple store to try on the Vision Pro. And I had done this with a Quest before and I enjoyed it. But something about the Vision Pro and like I'm breathing and the thing is moving as I'm breathing and it's something like it. And I'm looking around, something about that immersive nature of it. Like I took the thing off and I was kind of like buzzing, like it made me feel phenomenal. And just looking at various different studies that show the effect that these devices and that this technology has, it says that I've been trying to meditate on a regular basis for the whole of my life, and I'll have times where I do and times where I don't. If I had that $3,500 machine, I think I would do it every day because it's more sticky. You know what I mean? There's something about it that feels that much more intense. And so on one hand, I would love to be able to look at the man in the mirror and just meditate 30 minutes a day like they say I'm supposed to. But I do feel like the devices, and it's been proven that to Mary's point with physical therapy, things to that effect, that people stick to the plans associated with things that are augmented by virtual reality more than they would in just doing like regular physical therapy or regular meditations.
I will say that one of the games that I enjoy, it's a free game, so it's something I also provide and recommend to my faculty when I want them to get used to it, is bait, which is just a simple fishing. But it is so non-stressful and so easy to do and relaxing. I find it to be a great way to distract myself if I've had a really tough day or I just want something that's kind of brainless. It's a great way to promote relaxation. So I always encourage people to look for those types of applications as well.
Talking about applications, I'm a huge fan of Blue Planet VR. It has not a high, it's not very popular among gamers because they are all looking for, well, where is the enemy, or where can I engage with some, but the pure display of nature and of geology and canyons and my friend Eric Hansen is doing that app and he's such a dedicated photographer, a photogrammetry artist, and I find this to be just an amazing way how to wind down and be in awe and look at nature. And although you're not in nature, but you get close to these wonders of nature. And I have the notion that what you mentioned, Jamal, the breath, and before you, Mary, I'm really in awe about the fact that breath as a tool for us humans comes into the game. And one of the biggest impacts that VR had on me was when I was doing Trip, the VR application and was breathing in, and those particles actually came towards me. Particles came towards my mouth, and I do breath work quite a bit in order to keep myself in check and foster just clarity. And I wouldn't want to miss it anymore. But that was one of the moments where I felt that the design of the interactivity is just very spot on, and we need more of that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, everyone said it here. We're understating how amazing these things are getting and going to get. It's almost like we live in utter decadence because of these things, and where we've gotten with technology that we've got too much time on our hands to even think about these things. In fact, that's what's beautiful is we have so much heavy lifting being done for us, but we need to actually redefine like what it is we need to be doing a lot of us, I think, are feeling anxious with like, what's next? If everything is this interactive digital physical world, like what are our economies? And that's kind of what I was trying to tap into, is you're always going to have like this game theory that goes on, and there's certain legal and well, tons of social and faith-based frameworks that have already taken hold. But we can slowly present information, right, to people in such a beautiful way that they won't be able to look away. As being noted, it's kind of like we are trying to screw a new screw into a mechanical horse, and the automobile is coming. Once we can transverse space and time and distort that, right? And in the long-term care setting, that's what's beautiful about that as well, is the ability to just transverse space and time very easily. And when you present this with the level of fidelity and photorealism that we were talking about, that those photogrammetry experts are helping us get, your brain doesn't know the difference, right, at all. And I think those of us who have experienced even like 3D video on Oculus or things like that, I mean, I did the space station one a few days ago, right? Where you go out on the space station and you do a spacewalk. I cried. It was beautiful. It was the most like enriching experience I've ever had. I mean, it was incredible. I'm not going to probably ever be able to be up in space, but that's about as close as my brain's going to get to believing that until we create another version of that just blows my mind even more. But the point is, we need to remain open to accepting the beautiful gifts that are coming our way and being grateful. And I think that's where we'll have time to like redefine how grateful we are for some of these things as we learn to use these tools a little bit better.
I just wanted to quickly say, like, I'm grateful for what you just said, because you brought me to again, I'm fascinated by where we're going with this thing. We haven't even talked about, what it's going to be like when you have on the suit, so that, so now it's not just what you're looking at and what you're breathing, when the sensations, when the touch, and like when all of that comes, again, there's like really fantastic things, and then there's parts that I worry about. But hopefully we as a people can can come together and allow our better angels to direct us in the direction where we use it to create the level of empathy that everybody's talking about. And where literally it's how do you go and look at the Mayan ruins in a place that you couldn't be and not find some level of gratitude about it? So we will be able to give people some incredible experiences.
Well, it's already here, Jamal. It's already right in front of our faces. I have microchips on my fingernails that track dexterity and different movements and things. So we're here, and I'm telling you right now, the stuff that's coming to market, you won't necessarily even have to have these bulky headsets or even a pair of glasses if you don't want. There's going to be wristbands that are thermal imaging. They're looking at all the small dexterous movements in your fingers. You're just going to wear like a small band or a small wearable, and it's going to govern so much of this. So I mean, these things are getting really, really elegant. But I sorry to kind of take this a step further, but it's marrying the art and culture with these things. Like, for instance, we have these little pocket ducks, and these have an NFC chip in them. So very similar, like to the one on my fingernail, these are wearable fashion patches. So how do we make it easy and accessible to put this in somebody's hands and introduce them to immersive technology with a really low stakes physical object, right? So there's so many ways to get into all of this, and it's not necessarily just a headset, right?
Yeah, so cool. I'm loving this conversation. Yeah, it's amazing, and I'm curious on this next question about the role of immersive technologies for positive lifestyle changes. Because Jamal earlier mentioned just the scene from WALL-E where people are just sitting still, not doing anything. And I think we can all agree that's not what we want for our future. What we do want is more human connection, more human touch, more community. And so what do you all think is the ideal role that immersive technologies will play in promoting positive lifestyle changes. Not all at once.
Well, I'll jump in again very briefly, but digital twinning. So having a digital twin version of you and being able to say, what if I don't run and I eat a pack of Oreos every day for the next 6 months? Like, what will that do to me? What will that look like? What will my blood pressure be? You'll be able to run those scenarios. And we talked about simulation, right? This is just simulation. So we can simulate hurricanes hitting buildings in New York. We can simulate, hurricanes hitting you. So I think that digital twin technology of the self is really going to allow you to better understand and tap in to the very complex and beautiful system that is your body that you ignore so much on a daily basis and wonder why things are going wrong. So I think, that's number one, a really obvious one.
I know of one example. It's a community of older folks, and they are meeting together in Horizon Worlds, and it's Thrive Pavilion, and it's connecting people from all around the country who may be living alone. They may have lost a partner. They may not be near their children. They could be in a long-term care setting, but they're coming together. They're having book clubs and playing cards and doing bowling. And it's just, again, keeping those brain active, keeping them physical in many ways. Maybe their mobility is limited, but I really feel that has such a potential to have, as our community is aging, as it really give them an opportunity to still be engaged both mentally, emotionally, and physically with peer groups that they might not be able to otherwise. So that to me is something that I think is just a really positive lifestyle change.
What comes to mind in my life experience so far is that normalizing grief, for instance, with technology, it can be can lead to letting go of things that we not necessarily have to furthermore drag around, or just be aware of, well, there is something that we have to work on and work with. So I have the notion that if we have the possibility to have a mausoleum, for instance, that's maybe the wrong word, but places of remembering people that we are standing on the shoulders of giants anyway. So why not recognizing that and having these people that have been working on things before us, and actually the success that we are having is based on them. Why not venerating that, and to a certain degree just have places where we remember these people, and then we might understand how epigenetics work on us. And why am I interested in knitting? Grandma was knitting and she was very knowledgeable about, and I mean, it's a I don't want to go too much into the past, but just necessarily have a notion about what was happening, so we can step into a future with a certain evolution, let's say, in our lifestyle, and fostering positivity. And I think technology, immersive technology as such, allows us to visit those spaces and venerating to a certain degree ideas and values that have been created and have prevailed and still have us on a certain path that is fostering unity. And well, there's so many aspects to it, but that's just coming to mind in my case. There is a tool out there now that's called Rival Space. I highly advise you to, I would say, take a look at it. It's really beautiful. It's a three-dimensional space that has you coming up with portals, and you can involve 3D objects. It's just a very immersive space. From the PC, you can go in there and talk with people and avatars. It's it can be a really good way to meet up with others, for instance, and also that in hindsight of people that were here before, because there can be material or a film running about someone who did a certain thing, and you get to educate each other about that personality.
And I guess I would just quickly say this relates to the digital twinning. What if somebody, they don't have the best relationship with themselves, but somebody else's digital twin that they really, really admire. Jalen Brunson is a Knicks guard that everybody in New York loves him right now. A young person, he might not have time to say all the things to all the people, but if the combination of the AI and VR can kind of create his avatar in a way where Jalen Brunson's having a conversation and coaching up this young person, that could be the difference between them going out and doing next to nothing and them saying, you know what, let me get down and take some shots.
Yep, and it's being safe about those things, though. It needs to be the sanctioned version of that person, which is where like safety, privacy, encryption, and like blockchain comes in.
Yeah. Love that. This has been a great panel, and we have about a couple of minutes left. So I'd like to give everyone the opportunity to give some closing remarks on, on this topic that we shared today, healing hearts and finding joy through XR. Let's do it. Whoever wants to go first, we'll just go around the horn.
Well, I will say that one of the things that really has brought me joy in the XR space, and it's very simple. Whenever I travel somewhere that I've never been before, I will, again, go into my headset and I will bring up an app like Wander, and I will just walk and explore the area. I love the anticipation of a new space and a new experience. I don't necessarily want to know exactly what to expect, but I do love to have a glimpse of that. And I recently was in Spain for a week, and I'd never been to Spain. And so some of the places that I knew we would be going, I brought up and had a sense of, did that look like a place that I would enjoy? Would I feel safe? Just that little bit of assistance and support. And that's been a delightful way for me to experience the world.
So good.
Well, I'll jump in. Thank you so much for having me for all of this. I just seek to help others authentically represent themselves. And I think that in creating a more interconnected, transparent world where we arrive with critical thinking and reason, and we band together and we create behaviors that promote a generation of regeneration, right? Learning and constantly adapting. We need to show people that they are relevant and that they do have a place even in this chaotic digital age. So really, we try to express that through parallel worlds and giving people the tools to be able to take control back and create some more structure around their digital and physical presence. Thanks, guys.
So, I'll say thank you, Mary, because I'm going to Belize tomorrow, and I'm going to go on Wonder and check that out. And the generation of regeneration, I absolutely positively love that. Thank you to everybody. I'm going to be in touch on LinkedIn because, you guys are amazing. I got all kind of notes to learn from. I say as often as I can to anybody willing to listen that civil society is not promised, that we are currently in the process of taking for granted what it means that and that we can break this whole experience of the world. The panel is called Healing Hearts and Bringing Joy. And I want to consistently remind people that we do not have to be always like-minded. But if we are like-hearted, then we can start to move in the direction of creating the type of world that we all want to live in. And these technologies can be an enabler and an advancer of that. So thank you guys for all sharing this stage, and appreciate you, Christian.
Of course.
I celebrate you all. It's really lovely to understand that. Well, there's a like-heartedness happening, and throughout this whole morning, I have the notion that we really share values to a high degree. But there's some certain things I would want to question, and I think that's also a part we might want to address. So if critical thinking is having us come up with doubts, we should address those doubts, but not from a point of view where we are pointing fingers at it. It should just be an exploration that helps 2 generations from now to actually have more authenticity and get into this life, just leaving this realm a tiny little bit more instructed, and leaving this world a tiny little bit a better place than we found it. I think that's a pretty much noble plan, let's say, to go through life with.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I love each and every one of you, where they are at with their endeavors and findings. Let's keep in touch.
Well, I'm grateful to be able to moderate this panel. Mary Lee, Jens, Jamal, Brian, it was a pleasure. And best of luck with all of your endeavors and everything moving ahead. And GatherVerse community, thank you for this time.
Could we get a quick smile and picture with the team here?
Only if you share.
Of course. All right, I took a couple of screenshots. I will share with you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And thank you,
everybody.
Christian. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
And thus it was. The conclusion of day 1 of XREvolve GatherVerse Summit 2024, our 22nd summit. A lot was said today. We encourage you to reach out, to replay, to share, perhaps like and subscribe wherever you're at, to send us a note, a kind note, to let people know what you've gained, and if anything, to live what you've heard. We have day 2 tomorrow. There's much to be able to cover, which will be action-packed. Remember, as we conclude, that at the intersection of innovation and human betterment is community. And innovating for human betterment is never a bad thing. We thank you for your time. We hope the very best for you and your families as you move on in this world. We hope that something was gained of substance. Our gather was well, and upon tomorrow, with everything that we're doing, may our gather be well.
fight is when he's on a drug. Oh, mothers, tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, I got one foot on the platform, the other foot on the trail. Going back to New Orleans to wear that ball and chain. Well, there is a house in New Orleans they call the Rising Sun, and it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know